Bhuvassuvaha Tat Savituvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat Bhuvassuvaha Tat Savituvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat Bhuvassuvaha Tat Savituvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat
Om Shri Sai Ram. The reader offers her most humble salutations at the divine lotus feet of Bhagavan Sri Satya Sai Baba. With the divine blessings of Sai Ma, the reader starts the seva of creating an audio version of A Divine Tapa authored by Anuj Chopra. A Divine Tapa is the sequel to A Divine Life. I also seek the blessings of Lord Ganesha, Mother Saraswati, and all the Gurus, Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwaraha, Guru Sakshat Parabrahma, Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. Ma has mentioned, may this book be pure and sacred. May those who read it be greatly blessed, and may their pain, sorrow and suffering be relieved. When someone does a tapa like this, those who read it or listen to it also get the fruits thereof. This is my wish for everyone, but he will do it. I am nothing. He does everything. The author has penned a beautiful poem. With thy infinite grace, when Ma shared her incomparably sacred experience, time stood still. The gods held their breath in the hush of thy divine presence. It was so pure. Just as I perceived, I lost it. Her pain beyond the frontiers of pain, thy anguish beyond the measure of anguish, her faith, thy love, her fortitude, thy distress, her surrender, thy grace. With reverence I hold these immortal moments in the sanctum of my heart. Dear Lord, the gods cannot fathom its depth. Can a mere mortal understand thy divine play and express it in words? Please hold my hand and make me write, that every word be true and sacred, and he who is fortunate to read it may receive it in his heart as thy supreme benediction. With affection and eternal gratitude to Ma, with humility in eternal gratitude to thee, my beloved Lord and Master, I offer this little labor of love at thy divine lotus feet. Author's note: Ma lives in Lucknow, the capital city of Uttar Pradesh, India. The stage for his divine Leela is her home, Sai Nilayam. Her name is Mrs. Neelam Dharan, and she is lovingly called Ma. She was born on the 17th of February 1951 in Talegaon, Maharashtra. She is married to Mr. V. Y. Dharan, known to all as Uncle. They have two daughters, Hema and Indra. The earlier years of Ma's life with Sri Shirdi Sai Baba and Sri Satya Sai Baba are chronicled in the book A Divine Life. This is an account of the 153-day tapa that Ma undertook from the 18th of February 2016 to the 19th of July 2016, during which period Swami permitted her only water. I did the first recording with Ma on the 23rd of March 2016. On the 14th of April, I wrote a letter to Swami praying for his permission to write this book. The next morning on Ram Navami, when he gave darshan to Ma, he blessed the letter with Vibhuti. He made the symbol of Om on the first page and wrote Sai on the other page of the letter. Swami said that it was going to be a very sacred book. Ma shared her experiences with me during the Tapa and also afterwards as she remembered. A few times, Swami reminded her of incidents that she had forgotten. I checked and rechecked the facts with Ma, making sure that every detail was accurate. As I wrote, he reminded me in 100 ways that it was not I but he who was writing. When the book was nearing completion, I wrote another letter to Swami, offering 3 options for the title of this book. He did not choose from any of those and named this book The Divine Tapa. That same morning, Swami also directed that the book have 108 pages, divided into 7 sections. With his immense grace, I placed the manuscript at his divine lotus feet on the 31st of January 2017. At 4 a.m. the next morning, on the auspicious day of Basant Panchami, Swami blessed the book with Vibhuti and said, "Very beautiful, very beautiful." He said that a few mistakes were there and I should go through the book again. Then he asked Ma to bring a pen and paper. Swami dictated and Ma wrote. Mahatapa is as sacred as Mahabhagavata. Those who will read this book with firm faith, spiritual discipline, and selfless giving, they will get the fruit of divine grace and enter the kingdom of the Lord. I requested Ma to go through the manuscript to check if there was any inaccuracy in the facts. When she finished reading, she said to me, "Anu, you have written just as it was, neither a little here nor a little there." I folded my hands in gratitude to Swami. After reviewing the book several times, I placed the manuscript for his blessings on the 8th of February. The next morning, when Ma offered the book to Swami, and as he turned the pages, he stopped to read several times and blessed with Vibhuti on those pages. He said, "Anu has written very beautifully." Ma said, "Swami, Anu has worked very hard. Please bless her." Swami picked up the book and kissed it very sweetly. As Ma said, Swami said, "Yes, I know. Nivedita has done the editing." He smiled and said, "Nivedita has done her editing." Ma said that his smile was enchanting. The book was now ready to go for printing. With deep gratitude and humility, I offer this book at the lotus feet of my beloved Lord and Master. May He accept it in your heart and shower His loving grace on you, my dear reader. Sai Ram. Om Shri Sai Ram. Chapter 1. Anu asked, "Ma, on the 11th of January 2014, Narayana Bhagavan, Swami and Shirdi Baba blessed you with darshan. It was the extremely auspicious day of Vaikunt Ekadasi. What was the significance of his darshan on that day?" Ma replied, "My salutations at the divine lotus feet of my beloved Lord. On the morning of the 11th of April 2013, when Swami came to the mandir to give darshan, he said, 'My child, you have to give up milk.' He also said, 'No sugar, no fruit.' I said, 'Okay, Swami.' Swami said that I could take the one daily meal that I was having, but apart from that I should take only tea and water. he permitted me to add some milk to my tea. For many years following Swami's instructions, Ma had been taking only one main meal in the day. Swami had permitted her salt as well as cereal only once daily. Apart from this meal, she would usually have some milk and fruit. During this period, I used to suffer from very severe headaches. When Swami would come in the morning to give darshan, he would look at me with deep concern, and my most loving Divine Mother would ask me softly, "How are you feeling, my child?" On some days when Shirdi Baba came to give darshan, he would sit by my side and talk to me about many things. Slowly, so sweetly, he would reach out to touch my feet while still talking. At that time, I would find it very difficult to pay attention to what he was saying. Shirdi Baba always behaves as a son with me. He touches my feet with so much love, it is difficult to describe. When he sees me hungry, he cannot bear it. He looks at Swami with a question in his eyes. I know what Shirdi Baba is asking Swami, but they are one and the same. What Leela is this? On some days while he was talking to me, I would get the feeling that Baba had something on his mind. I could not understand what it was, but did not want to think about it. I would be immersed in Ananda. On the morning of the 7th of December 2013, when Swami Satyaswarupini Ma, my beloved Ma, gave darshan, he did not say anything to me. I took his permission and touched his divine lotus feet. He placed his hand on my head and blessed me. After a few minutes, he left. The next morning, on the 8th, when Swami gave darshan, he said, "My child, I will come every day till the 11th of January 2014. I will give you darshan daily." I was so happy that I would have darshan of my beloved Ma every day. After Swami left, I sat in the mandir for some time, wondering why he had said that he would come every day. Then I thought, my Satya Swarupini Ma knows everything. Why should I think about the reason? I looked up the calendar to see if the 11th of January was a special day. It was the extremely auspicious day of Vaikunta Ekadasi. Every morning I was in Ananda, my eyes fixed on the balcony door, eagerly waiting for darshan of my beloved Lord. He would usually come at about 4 in the morning, but there were some days when he came very early. Even if I was sleeping, I would come to know from within that my Lord had arrived. I would immediately get up and find him sitting on his sofa. On some days, Swami blessed me with vibhuti, and on other days, he blessed me with pada namaskar. On some days when Swami came in the morning, he would stay for long, more than an hour and a half, but not say anything. He would sit on his sofa, place his hand on his chin, and look at his picture next to the sofa. Sometimes he would look to the left or to the right, and sometimes up at the ceiling. It was the 10th of January 2014. That morning when Swami came to give darshan, he did not sit down. He stood for a few moments and then, without saying anything, gave his right hand to me. I understood that Swami was taking me somewhere, but I did not know where. I gave him my hand. In a fraction of a second, I don't know where I had reached. There were white clouds everywhere. There, I had darshan of Narayana Bhagavan. Bhagavan was standing, and there was the most magnificent light around him, spreading in all directions. Whenever I have gone for darshan to Vaikunta, I have had beautiful darshan of Narayana Bhagavan reclining on his Sheshashaya. But now he was standing. Softly, I touched his divine lotus feet. Bhagavan smiled and blessed me. I was immersed in Ananda. I looked around slowly. I saw no one there. Swami was also not there. I did not understand where I had come and what I was doing there. I began to feel as though my consciousness was slowly fading away. I don't remember what happened after that. Now, I was back in the mandir, but it took me some time to realize where I was. It was dark and I could not see anything. Swami was also not there. I looked for my mobile phone and switched on the light. I saw the time. It was 5:20 a.m. When Swami had come to the mandir in the morning, it was 2:55 a.m. I don't know where I had gone for so much time. I sat in the mandir and tried to recall, but could only remember the darshan of Narayana Bhagavan, nothing else. I thought that Swami knows everything. Then why should I think? Whatever it was, it must be good only. He does what is good only. He had blessed me with so much ananda, with a beautiful darshan of Narayana Bhagavan. What more can anyone want? It was Vaikunt Ekadasi, the 11th of January 2014. I was up all night repeating the sacred mantra, Om Namo Narayanaya. I was waiting for my Lord very eagerly, thinking that it was such a big day. I was imagining that I would touch his most beautiful divine lotus feet. Oh, there will be so much ananda. Many thoughts were coming to my mind. I was wondering what would happen. I thought, Swami has been coming daily for 36 days. Maybe he will say something today. During Brahma Muhurta, at 5 minutes to 4 in the morning, Swami entered the mandir from the balcony door. Behind Swami, I saw Shirdi Baba, and then came Narayana Bhagavan. Seeing Narayana Bhagavan, I immediately stood up. I bowed down, folded my hands, and did namaskaram. At such times, I feel dazed and am unable to think what I should do. Swami was standing next to his sofa. Narayana Bhagavan was standing next to Swami, and then Shirdi Baba. I thought to myself that all are Narayana only. They are not three, but one. So let me touch his divine lotus feet first. When Narayana Bhagavan gives darshan, I feel his magnificent glow entering my heart, my full being. I am in Ananda. I lose any sense of distance from him. I feel one with him. There is no fear, no hesitation in talking to him. No one can be closer to me than him. I was in his light, fully immersed in his beautiful darshan. I did not know anything else. There is no fear, no hesitation in talking to him. No one can be closer to me than him. I was in his light, fully immersed in his beautiful darshan. I did not know anything else. Narayana Bhagavan looked at me quietly for a few moments. Then he spoke. Devi, come. We have come to take you. I asked softly, where Bhagavan? Bhagavan said, do you know what day it is today? I said, yes, Bhagavan. Today is Vaikunt Ekadasi. I was standing with my hands folded. Narayana Bhagavan said, Devi, you have to come to Vaikuntha. Now there is bliss and only bliss for you. Come and enjoy the blessings of Vaikuntha. Your time of sorrow is now over. Be blissful forever. I said, Bhagavan, how can I go? I have an unfinished task to complete. I have to complete my Tapa, Bhagavan. I have made a vow. How can I go? I have to fulfill it. Narayana Bhagavan said, no, it is time for you to go now. Come. You have been waiting for this for so long. You have been praying for this for so long. And now you say that you want to give up that bliss for this tapa? Why? I said, Bhagavan, I have to complete this tapa. I had taken your permission before starting it, as you, Swami, and Shirdi Baba are not different but one for me. Please, Bhagavan, I don't want to go. My tapa is my Vaikuntha. I cannot go anywhere till I have completed it. My Swami, my Divine Mother, has taught me this. This is what I have learned. This place here is my Vaikuntha. Please, my Lord, let me complete this task. If I go, Bhagavan, my vow will be left unfulfilled. You have said that if things are left incomplete, we have to take rebirth in human form to complete them. Narayana Bhagavan said, this has neither been heard of nor ever been seen before. Devi, don't you know how much bliss there is in Vaikuntha? See, all the gods are there. All the blessed and good souls are there. What sacrifice you are making? Do you know? Swami then showed me the most unimaginable, the most indescribable beauty of Vaikuntha. As he raised his right hand, it seemed to be growing bigger and bigger. On Swami's palm, I had darshan of Vaikuntha. I had darshan of the gods there. It was like watching a film. I also saw some divine figures with long beards. I thought that they must be the most revered sages. They were at some distance from each other. I saw the faces of some other divine-looking figures. Their faces were so calm, so still. It is difficult to describe the bliss on their faces. I said, Bhagavan, for me, my tapa is very important. Narayana Bhagavan said, now see where you are. See that? Swami raised his left hand. Again, it was as though I was seeing a film. I saw many scenes from my own life, full of pain and sorrow. Swami even showed me scenes of the most terrible suffering from some of my previous lives. Narayana Bhagavan said, see this and see that, and you are choosing this? Bhagavan knows everything. He knew what I would say. It is all his divine play. His words were full of love and his tone was firm, as though he knew my resolve and was being a little strict with me. I replied, Bhagavan, I don't want to go. This is my Vaikuntha till the time that I fulfill my vow. I have had darshan of Vaikuntha. I have been there. Narayana Bhagavan looked at Swami. Swami looked at Shirdi Baba. They were looking at each other with surprise. Then Narayana Bhagavan bowed down. He said, O Devi, Dhanya ho. O Devi, you are blessed. He touched my feet and he said, Dhanya ho Devi, Dhanya ho. You are blessed, Devi. You are truly blessed. I drew back startled. I was shaking and shivering. I began to cry. Narayana Bhagavan said, you renounce the bliss of Vaikuntha and embrace this tapa? You are blessed, Devi. You are blessed. Shirdi Baba raised both his hands and said, Dhanya, Dhanya, Dhanya. Blessed, blessed, blessed. I looked at Swami and said, my Swami, you have taught me this. Then my Swami, my Ma, my Prema Swarupini Ma, who knows everything, said, I knew it. I knew it. This was your test, my child. Yesterday, when I took you to Vaikuntha, you kept repeating, Swami, let me do my tapa. Swami, please let me complete my tapa. I don't want Vaikuntha. I'm nothing. I wanted nothing, not even Vaikuntha. So Bhagavan himself was compelled to come. Shirdi Baba said, today, Bhagavan himself has bowed before you. No, I'm nothing. I'm nothing. Still shivering, I touched his divine lotus feet. Narayana Bhagavan helped me by my shoulders and made me stand up. He then brought forward his hand which held a sacred conch. I realized that Bhagavan was going to give me Amritam. I immediately looked around to find something to receive it in. I thought, Bhagavan himself is giving Amritam. It must be so pure, so holy. What should I take it in so that I can save some for my loved ones also? Bhagavan knew what I was thinking. He said, Devi, come. First you have the holy water. It will give you strength. He poured the Amritam directly from his conch into my mouth. Then I took the lid from Swami's glass and Narayana Bhagavan poured Amritam in it. Swami looked at Narayana Bhagavan and said, my child has left sweet, milk, fruits. Narayana Bhagavan said, Devi, eat what you like. Eat a lot. Have lots of milk. Have a lot of fruit. But have 1 meal only. I said, "Okay, Bhagwan, I will do as you say. Please let me complete my tapa." Swami said, "Yes, my child." Shirdi Baba said, "Ma, eat well, eat your fill." A week after Vaikunta Ekadasi, when Swami gave darshan to Ma, he told her that this permission to eat without restrictions was only for that 1 week. From then onwards, Ma followed the earlier regimen of having nothing except tea and water during the day and 1 meal in the evening. Also, Swami said that she must completely abstain from everything that is sweet, including fruits. Whenever Swami asks me to eat a lot, I feel that there must be some reason behind it. I said, "Swami, I will eat. I will have lots of milk." Swami smiled. Seeing Swami happy, I feel that I have got everything. Now I felt strong. I felt that I had that strength to do my tapa. I touched their divine lotus feet. They put their hands on my head and blessed me. Such bliss! This is not sacrifice, it is bliss. I had received his blessings. Then what more was required to do anything? The gods were about to leave. They were looking at each other. Narayana Bhagwan said, "Devi, there is a very tough penance tapa ahead of you. The path is very difficult." I saw that the Sudarshana chakra was moving in his hand. In his second hand he held the shank, in his third hand his gada, and a kamal in his fourth hand. I don't know how, but I saw that suddenly in one of his hands there was nothing. He raised his hand and I saw a very bright light begin to flow from there and enter me. I was shivering. My full body was shivering. I thought to myself that this is not sacrifice, it is his blessing. Finally, Swami said, "My child, think again, it will be very tough." I said, "Swami, nothing is tough. You have made me so strong. I will take whatever comes my way. When you are with me, Swami, I can do anything." Anu said, "This divine tapa is what Narayana Bhagwan had referred to on that auspicious day when he had said, 'There is a very tough tapa ahead of you. The path is very difficult.' Love was the basis and the faith was her strength. When Ma chose the difficult path in order to redeem another, she did not know at that time, but this tapa was yet 2 years away. Om Sai Ram. Om Shri Sai Ram. Chapter 2. Ma said, it was the auspicious period of Navratra in October 2015. Swami came in the morning to give darshan. He was sitting on his sofa and I was sitting at his lotus feet with my hands folded. Swami said, "My child, you have to do a tapa." He told me that the tapa would begin on the 21st of April 2016 and end on Guru Purnima, the 19th of July 2016. When Swami came to give darshan after that, he would often remind me about the tapa and say, "It will be very difficult for you, my child. You will not be able to do it." I would fold my hands and say, "Swami, I will do it." Then, one morning in December, he said, "My child, your tapa is about to start now and it is going to be very, very difficult for you." I did not ask him why he had changed the time of the tapa. I said, "Okay, Swami." A few days later, Swami and Shirdi Baba had come to the mandir to give darshan. Baba was sitting on the floor beside my mattress and Swami was sitting on his sofa. Swami said, "My child, your tapa is going to start on the 1st of January. Baba lifted his head to look sharply at Swami. Swami also looked at him. I held my breath. I looked at Swami and then at Baba. No one said anything. Baba was staring at Swami. I thought he was saying, "Can't you end this?" Swami's expression was stern, as though conveying the firmness of his decision. Baba was quiet. He stood up. I was looking at him as he began to walk towards the balcony door. He turned around and looked at me. His eyes were sad. Anu said, "Ma, what Leela is this? They are one." "Yes, but when they come to the mandir, I don't feel that they are one. I know that they are one, but I don't feel it. They sit and talk to each other. I listen to them, sometimes looking at Swami and sometimes at Baba. I feel as though they are different forms of God, just like Narayana Bhagavan, Ma Lakshmi, Bhagavan Shiva, Ma Parvati, Hanuman and Sri Ganesha." About a week before the 1st of January, when Swami came to give darshan, he said to me, "Eat well, my child. Your tapa is going to begin soon. Have milk twice a day and take sweets also." I said, "Okay, Swami." He told me that from the 1st to the 18th of January, I would be permitted only water. Then, from the 19th of January to the 17th of February, he said I should take one meal in the day. I could eat whatever I liked. Swami said that the divine tapa would begin on the 18th of February and end on the 19th of July 2016. During this tapa, I would be permitted only water. After Swami left, I calculated that the first phase of my tapa starting on the 1st of January would be for 18 days. Then I would be permitted to eat for a month till my birthday on the 17th. The divine tapa would begin the day after my birthday and end on Guru Purnima, which was 153 days. Anu said, "When Ma told us about the tapa, we were baffled. We exclaimed, 'How can anyone live on water for 153 days, Swami?' Not for a moment did we doubt Ma's inner strength or Swami's grace. We have been witness to her almost superhuman determination and tolerance, which manifests in every aspect of her life. But still, Swami, 153 days? Knowing Ma, we felt that somehow she would see it through. We knew that Swami would protect her. What shook us up was the thought of the suffering ahead of her. During the 108-day tapa in the year 2012, Ma was initially permitted milk, juice and tea for a few days. Then only milk and tea for the next few days. Then only tea and finally just water. It was only during the last 18 days that Ma had just water. Now she was to be on water for 153 days. It was unthinkable. We were very afraid. I wrote a letter to Swami. Swami read it and said that anything could happen during this tapa, but prayers can change everything. He said that I should chant Om Namo Narayanaya and do Parayanam of the 18th chapter of A Divine Life daily. We began earnest prayers to Swami to grant strength to Ma. All of us, her family, and the large Sai family that visits the mandir began to do Namasmaranam and Parayanam for her. During the Thursday bhajans in Sai Nilayam, devotees would recite the morning the mantra Om Namo Narayanaya 108 times. Often, Rudraksh would appear and fall on devotees while they were doing this recitation. On the 29th of December, 3 days before the first phase of the tapa was to begin, Shirdi Baba came in the morning to give darshan. Baba sat on the carpet next to my mattress. For a while he was quiet. Then he said softly, "Ma, will you be able to do it?" I did not say anything. He was also quiet. Then he asked, "Ma, How will you do it? He repeated. How will you do it, Ma? His words were full of the deep concern of a son. My eyes welled up with tears. After Baba left, I sat on my mattress for a while. I thought it was up to him to make me complete it. There was no desire for anything, not even darshan. I felt very fortunate that Swami had given me his work to do, and I was determined to complete it. It was early morning on the 1st of January, and I was waiting in the mandir. Since the tapa was about to begin, I thought that either Shirdi Baba or Swami would come to give darshan. After a few minutes, Narayana Bhagavan softly entered the mandir through the balcony door. The mandir lit up beautifully. I stood up immediately and quickly wrapped my dupatta around me. Shirdi Baba stepped in after Bhagavan, and then Swami entered. Narayana Bhagavan stood in the center, where I had placed a mat. Swami stood to his right and Baba to his left. I stood before them with my hands folded. My eyes were resting at the lotus feet of Bhagavan. In my heart, I prayed, asking for permission. With both his hands, he pointed to his feet and said, Devi, touch the lotus feet. Gratefully, I sat down to touch his lotus feet. I did not lift my eyes to have darshan of his most beautiful face, his divine Rupa. For me, everything it is at his divine lotus feet. Bhagavan said, Get up, Devi. Your tapa is going to begin, and it will be very difficult. Consider again. Do you want to do it, or do you want to come with me? I stood up. I was taken aback and exclaimed, Why? There was silence. Again I asked, Why? At that moment, I did not feel any hesitation. I did not remember that God Himself was standing before me. Bhagavan said, Devi, it is very difficult. You will not be able to do it. I folded my hands. Bhagavan, I will do it, and you will give me the strength. I know that you are there. You are all one. You will give me the strength, and if I am not able to do it, Bhagavan, then take me away. Narayana Bhagavan smiled. How should I describe the divine smile to you? It was so beautiful that I forgot myself. Was I there? I was not there. Only the pure and limitless love in his divine smile was, and I was not separate from it. How to describe the bliss of being one with his love? My heart was full. Tears flowed from my eyes. I could manage only a faint smile. He raised his hands to bless me. With folded hands, I looked at him leave. I closed my eyes. I felt very happy that I had made him smile. I thought that it was because I had been strong and positive. I had believed, yes, I have to do it, and I will do it, Bhagavan. I felt that this is what had made him so happy. Shirdi Baba was sitting beside my mattress, and Swami was sitting on his sofa. Swami looked at me for a while. Then he said, Narayana Bhagavan has told you that it will be very difficult. He came to take you, but you are not ready to go. Why, my child? Why? Why? I looked at Baba and then at Swami. I folded my hands and said, Swami, you know everything, and you are asking me? I have to complete the work that you gave me. Otherwise, my tapa will be left incomplete, Swami. I was determined, and you gave your permission. Now you are taking my test. You know everything. Then I kept quiet. Swami blessed me and left. Baba also walked out slowly. I was determined, and you gave your permission. Now you are taking my test. You know everything. Then I kept quiet. Swami blessed me and left. Baba also walked out slowly. I don't know if I truly am, but I do feel very blessed that having been born on this earth, God gave me darshan. I feel very fortunate that Narayana Bhagavan himself came to take me with him to Vaikuntha. but my Lord and my Vaikuntha are here in this little room, my mandir. Then, where did he want to take me? I felt as though he was weighing the two options on a scale. The options of taking me with him on one side and of giving in to my prayers on the other. The thought did come to my mind that maybe Bhagavan was testing me, whether I would give up the tapa and go with him to his divine abode. When he left, I felt as though I had won. I felt very nice. I knew that he will be always by my side, giving me strength. It's not that I wanted him to come every day to give darshan. I know that he is always there. The first phase of my tapa began. On the first day, I did not have any problem. On the second day, I was nauseous and had an upset stomach. For the next 3 days, I threw up water several times during the day. I would do the household chores and go to work in the morning. The days passed slowly. Everyone asked me how I was feeling. I smiled and said that I was fine. On the 5th night, I fainted. It was a little after midnight. I was sitting on the edge of my mattress waiting for him. I like to sit on the edge so that when Swami comes, I can slide down to the floor at once. Swami walked in through the balcony door. As I began to move down, he said sharply, "Stay there." All of a sudden, I felt that I was sinking. After that, I don't know what happened. The next thing I remember is that I was moving slowly trying to get up from my mattress. I searched the bed, looking for my mobile phone to see the time, and wondered if I had gone off to sleep. Then I saw that Swami was sitting on his sofa. I quickly wrapped my dupatta around me and folded my hands. He said, "You were unconscious for 3 hours, my child. You called out to me." Then Swami stood up and walked towards the balcony door. I don't know why, but I was overtaken by a sudden fear that he was leaving. Just then I felt an intense pain in my stomach and cried out in agony. Distressed, I turned around to pick up the water bottle lying behind me. And what do I see? Swami was peeping from behind the curtains, watching me. He was looking at me with so much concern that I forgot everything and stared at him, tears running down my face. The water bottle slipped from my hands and fell down. Slowly I folded my hands. My beloved Lord, my most loving divine mother, was hiding behind the curtains and watching over me. He had not gone, and I was thinking that he had gone. Another morning when Swami came to the mandir, he did not go to his sofa as he always does. I was in pain and was sitting on my mattress. Swami entered through the balcony door and walked straight to the door that goes to the dining room. I was very surprised, but got up immediately and followed him. When Swami comes, I forget my problems and get up. He walked ahead to the drawing room. I quickly switched on the lights. He went and sat on the sofa close to the door and asked me to sit. I sat at his lotus feet and folded my hands. He looked at me for long. Then he placed his hand on my head to bless me. He stood up and looked around the room for a few minutes. Then he went to the main door and raised his hand to open the latch. I said, "Swami, it is locked from below." "Oh," he said. I quickly opened the latch, which has a double lock, thinking that Swami may not know how to open it. He pulled open the door and walked out to the staircase barefoot. As he was leaving, he asked me to stay inside. I watched him walk away. He turned around to look once and then vanished. Afterwards, when I thought about it, I was surprised at my foolishness. He does not need even to open the door. He always walks in through the closed door. And I was telling him how to open it. I smiled to myself at a strange Leela. During those 18 days, Shirdi Baba did not give darshan even once. I had nausea, severe headaches and cramps in my stomach. Somehow the days passed. Swami had told me earlier that when I have pain, I should always chant the sacred mantra, Om Namah Shivaya. A few days after the tapa began, he reminded me, He also said that when I have pain, I will get more strength by chanting the mantra Om Namah Shivaya than by chanting Om Sai Ram. I don't know the reason. I did not ask him. I began to chant Om Namah Shivaya whenever I had pain during the tapa. Swami said that I should chant for as long as I was able to and could stop when I wanted to. I would chant aloud and stop when I got tired. After some time, I would begin to chant again. I would often stop to get water or go to the washroom and then chant again. The night would go by in this manner. Anu asked, Ma, you went through most of the suffering during the night. Was there any reason for this? Ma replied, I had prayed to him, Swami, I can bear the suffering of the tapa, but I will not be able to see everyone around me upset. Let no one see it. Let no one feel it. I felt that when they read about it, they will understand why I took it at night. Anu said, in March, when Ma began to share her experiences with me, she said, Anu, please keep all this to yourself. Just as I have kept everything hidden within me, you also keep it hidden within you. It is hidden in my heart day and night. I will conceal it till my tapa is complete. That is how the intensity will remain. It was early morning on the 19th of January. With His grace, the first phase of my tapa was over. I had placed a mat in the center of the mandir. I had also kept water in a glass and some rose petals on a thali. I thought that if Swami and Shirdi Baba come to give darshan, I would ask Swami's permission to do Pada Seva. I was sitting in meditation. Suddenly, there was a loud sound. I got up with a start. Narayana Bhagavan, Swami and Shirdi Baba were entering through the balcony door. The mandir had lit up, as it always does when Narayana Bhagavan comes to give darshan. I stood up quickly and folded my hands. Narayana Bhagavan stood on the mat, his beautiful lotus feet barely fitting on it. Swami indicated to me that I do Bhagavan's Pada Seva. Carefully, I placed the thali on which I do Swami's Pada Seva before Narayana Bhagavan. But Bhagavan's lotus feet are much larger. Still standing on the mat, Bhagavan first placed one foot on the thali and then the other. The water was a little cold, so I did not pour it on the lotus feet. I took a little in my hand and dropping it lightly, rubbed his feet gently. Still standing on the mat, Bhagavan first placed one foot on the thali and then the other. The water was a little cold, so I did not pour it on the lotus feet. I took a little in my hand and dropping it lightly rubbed his feet gently. With gratitude, I offered the rose petals at his lotus feet. He placed his hand on my head and blessed me. After that, Bhagavan left. Swami said, my child, now have milk twice a day. Have bananas also. Take one meal in the day, but have lots of milk. After this, the difficult tapa will start. Swami and Baba left. I began to eat as Swami had said. It was my birthday on the 17th of February. Swami and Shirdi Baba came very early in the morning to give darshan. They wished me a happy birthday. I said, thank you and smiled very nicely as I wanted to look happy. Swami said, the difficult time is now going to come. Think again, my child. I folded my hands and said, Swami, I'm ready to do it and you are with me. Swami said again, this tapa is very difficult. I said, Swami, I will complete my tapa. Everyone is praying for me. He said, yes, I know. Swami said that from Mahashivratri, 7th of March to Ram Navami, 15th of April, Shirdi Baba would come every day to give darshan. I was very happy that Baba would come daily. During that period, I thought that it would make it easier for me to see those days through. I looked at Baba and smiled in gratitude. But Baba was crying. He said, Ma, think about it again. When I saw him cry, I could not hold back my tears. I felt that my child was crying. I turned my head slightly to look at Swami. I saw him wiping his eyes with the sleeves of his robe. I was at a loss. On the one side, my son was crying, and on the other side, my beloved Ma was crying. My tapa was going to just begin, and it already seemed so difficult. But I was determined. After a while, Swami and Shirdi Baba got up, blessed me, and left. Anu said, on her birthday, we went to Ma's favorite restaurant for dinner. The 153-day Divine Tapa was to begin the next morning. We were trying to be cheerful, but the smiles were forced. As we finished eating and put down our forks, we all had the same thought, but no one said anything. We wanted to be positive and give her strength. Ma had been permitted sweets for this period before her tapa began. We went back and cut her birthday cake in the mandir. No one could eat much. Ma went to Swami's sofa and bowed her head on his footstool. We prayed to him and left. On the 18th of February, the first day of the Divine Tapa, neither Swami nor Shirdi Baba came to give darshan. I woke up in the morning and sat on my mattress. There was only the faint light of the oil lamp. As I looked at Swami's sofa, I noticed that something was shining on his picture, the one which is next to the sofa. I switched on the lights and went to look closely. Tears were flowing from his eyes. I stared in amazement. I saw that there was more water on the floor under the picture. Sitting on the floor, I placed my cupped hands to catch the teardrops as they trickled down, one at a time. I watched with sadness as the tears collected slowly in my hands. I looked up and said, Swami, you have never taught me to cry. Then why are you crying? Why are you crying, Swami? I will do it, don't cry. At that very instant, I saw Swami smile in the picture. The tears stopped flowing. I had the sacred water as prasadam. He gave us happiness in so many ways. Should we not make him happy too? He wipes our tears. Should we not wipe his too? The tapa began. Every day was a new experience and every night was a new challenge. When I woke up in the morning, I thanked him and tried to forget the suffering of the night. It was not easy. I went for Abhishekam to the temple and picked up the daily provisions. Then I did my household chores and went to work. I tried to make myself feel a little better by smiling and making everyone smile. At lunchtime, when I drove back from work, I would feel intense hunger. When it became unbearable, I felt like going to someone and crying my heart out. I tried my best to control myself. When you came in the evenings, we would sip hot water from our teacups and listen to light music. At night, I cried all I wanted. Sometimes when I was crying alone, I did wish that someone would sit by my side and listen to me. Then I would tell myself, this is something that I have to do. Why should I make anyone feel sad? Many times at night, I would feel an uncontrollable urge to have salt. I would run to the kitchen, grab the salt container, and hurriedly pour some on my palm. Then I would cry out, no, and quickly throw it. The days passed very slowly. My problems increased. One night, the oil lamp was not burning and it was completely dark in the mandir. I always keep a torch with me, but all of a sudden, I had such excruciating pain that I jumped from my bed and ran for the vibhuti box. It was dark and I was in great distress. I picked it up and ran back. I did not know in which direction I was going. I could not make out where the wall or the furniture was. Suddenly, I banged into the sofa next to my mattress. The corner of its arm hit me in the middle of my stomach and I fell down. How to tell you what the pain was like? It was beyond the limits of pain. I was lying on the floor for long, crying in agony. Even after the pain reduced, I was too dazed to check what had happened. After a couple of days, I noticed that the area around my abdomen had turned blue. I moved on quietly, one day at a time. Along with the tapa, there were other things that had to be endured. Sometimes, when someone would say something negative, it had to be tolerated. Relationships had to be maintained. I tried to manage everything with love, never wanting to see anyone unhappy, my family, my children, or anyone else. I did not want to trouble anyone. I wanted to see everyone happy. During the 40 days from Mahashivratri to Ram Navami, Shirdi Baba gave darshan in a new way every day. Sometimes he brought a small earthen glass with him. It was almost straight with a slight curve on the top. He would pour water from his fingers into the glass with great care. My heart was filled with love for him. He has such a sweet manner. Sometimes he filled the glass up to the brim, and at other times only half. On some days, Baba insisted that I have all of it. He would sit before me and watch, making sure that I finished it. There were times when I left some in the glass and Baba would drink what was left. On some days, he gave me udi. In the morning, everyone would ask, "Did Baba give you water today?" I would say that his darshan is enough and that I don't need anything else. Once, when Baba touched my feet and asked me, "Ma, are you feeling hungry?" I remembered my son. One day, I said, "Baba, my son also asks me like this. He also gets upset like this. All those who are with me get upset. Please give me so much strength that I can do this tapa with a smile. No one should even come to know that I am doing it." During my 108-day tapa, I used to feed one poor child every day. But now, on the days that I felt the urge, I drove around searching for an old man who looked as though he could not afford a good meal. One day, when I was driving a little ahead of the temple where I go for Abhishekam, I spotted an old man slowly walking down that road. He went and sat under a tree on the sidewalk. I stopped my car and walked up to him. I asked, "Will you eat something?" He said, "Get me a bidi to smoke." I was taken aback. I told him that I couldn't get him a bidi and asked him if he would like to eat something. He did not reply. I told him firmly that he should wait there while I went to get some food for him. I drove to a roadside eatery where they were making fresh chana bhatura. I got some packed and went back. He was sitting there waiting for me. I gave him the food packet and told him to have it. While it was still warm, he had an old scarf in his hand. He spread it on the ground, which was quite dirty, and placed the food packet on it. He opened it carefully and began to eat with concentration. I went and sat in the car. As I was watching him eat, I realized that I had not given him water. I told him that I was going to get water for him and that he should not go anywhere. I bought a bottle of water and as I gave it to him, I asked, "Is your stomach full?" He said, "Yes, it is full." He looked very happy. And then he stood up. It was Shirdi Baba. His face had changed. I stared at him. He smiled at me and walked away. I sat in my car for a long time, reliving all that had happened. How I sat in the car, smiling to myself as I watched him eat. How I had commanded him that he should not move from there. How happy he was when I gave him that bottle of water and how he smiled. I forgot about my problems and felt so happy. During that period, Swami rarely came to give darshan. I thought that he was giving me a chance to spend time with Baba. When he came, I would offer him the letters lying on his table. Swami would brush them aside, saying, "No, my child." He often materialized vibhuti and asked me to take it directly from him. I would feel reluctant to open my mouth to take the vibhuti, but when I extended my hand to take it, he would say, "No." The days were not as difficult as the nights. Very often I had a strong urge to cook something really nice. It might sound strange, but while I was cooking, I would not have the desire to eat. I had a very strong desire to feed someone. I would often cook for uncle, and while I was cooking, I would count down. Sometimes I would tell my domestic help that I was going to cook for them. One afternoon, I made some spicy potato curry and halwa. I first served uncle and then asked them to eat. I fried the puris and served them piping hot. They told me that everything was very tasty. I felt as though I had eaten well. I felt satisfied. I began to read the Shiva Purana. I would sit down to read, but would soon begin to get cramps in my stomach. Trying to suppress the pain, I would continue to read. Many times I did not understand much, but would still read on. If something held my interest, I went back to it several times, but it was very difficult to concentrate. I went to the mandir at night, and after crying before Swami, I felt stronger. To divert my attention from hunger and pain, I tried out different things. You might find it amusing, but one night I went to my dressing room and brought all the nail polish bottles that I had to the mandir. I removed the nail polish from my nails and put another color. I looked at my nails, decided that I did not like the color, quickly removed it and tried another, and then another. In this way, I was able to distract myself from my pain for about an hour and a half. I started getting cracks in my nails and had some problem in my teeth also. When someone would point out that I was losing nutrients in my body and question me about the need to do this tapa, I would not like to hear that. I applied nail polish to hide the cracks. I began to dress more carefully to cover up for the way I had begun to look. I had known that this would happen. At times, some people would say something negative and ask me all kinds of questions. How to answer anyone's questions? I kept quiet. I did not want to argue. It is always better to stay positive. I would say that Swami is there, and I had full faith that he was seeing to everything. One evening, while I was on FaceTime with my elder daughter Mickey, Hema, who lives in Toronto, she noticed my nails. She exclaimed, "Ma, what is happening to your nails? The upper layers coming off." She began to cry. I told her that it could be because of some work that I had been doing in the kitchen. She did not believe me. I explained to her that during this tapa it was possible that my hair or my teeth might fall, or that I may get wrinkles. "What is the body?" I said. "It is nothing." I told her not to worry about that, and rather, knowing that I have to complete this tapa, pray for me. I told her that if she prayed for me even once in the day, it would give me the strength. She understood, and then she was strong. My younger daughter Minnie, Indira, had a different way of expressing her concern. She would get very upset and ask me why I had to do the tapa. I tried to make her understand with love and patience. She would call every morning and ask how it was going. I would tell her that I was fine. She wanted to say something more but kept quiet, as she did not want to upset me. She felt that if she said what was on her mind, I would be upset with her, and then she would also get upset with me. So she left a lot unsaid. Ishan, my grandson, called every day. He would ask, "How many bottles of water did you have today, Nani?" Ishna, my granddaughter, would call and say, "Happy fasting." She was positive. Every day she would say, "Swami is looking after you, Nani. You are walking because of him." Amani, my granddaughter, would call and tell me to ask Swami not to do this. She would say that it made her very sad. I would tell her not to worry for me, as Swami was taking care. Arsha, my youngest granddaughter, would not say much, but Minnie told me that she prayed for me every day. I loved the way my grandchildren showed their concern for me. Anu said, "Ma, What never ceases to amaze me is that how, like all of us, you keep yourself occupied with worldly affairs. Swami gives you darshan in your mandir, and as soon as you walk out, you are engaged in the most mundane way in your daily chores. When I am in the mandir, whether Swami is physically present or not, I feel very close to him. I don't know how, but I feel that I am in Vaikuntha with him. I have been there with him many times, and when I am in the mandir, I continue to dwell in that bliss. As soon as I walk out, I feel that I am entering my worldly life. I change totally, and the biggest reason is that I have to. I feel that I have to do my duties. It is true that many a time I don't want to, but these duties have also been given to me by him, and carrying them out to his satisfaction is an important part of his worship. I am not a sadhu or a tapasvi. That is different. I live in a family and I am on the spiritual path. When it is a combination of both, then I have to balance them. That is very important. We have to balance the two. If you have chosen the spiritual path, there will be suffering and hardships. Then there are your worldly duties also. At a certain age, you like those duties and you don't mind doing them. But as you get more inclined towards the spiritual and you feel very close to him, you change. Swami has told me many times that we have to do our duties also. I look after myself, my family, my home, and other people who come to me. I go out with my family for a meal or to watch a good film. Sometimes people say to me that since I am on the spiritual path, I should leave the worldly life. This may not be possible. Even if someone is very close to Swami, living in sacred environs of Prashanti Nilayam and doing his work, they may still have to do their worldly duties. Even if they are living alone and absorbed in his work, somewhere at the back of their minds it may be there. They may think about their children who live far away and worry for them. Once, someone said to me that they have left their family and settled in Prashanti Nilayam, but they have not got peace. The purpose for which they went there, they did not get that. So they asked me if they should stay there or go back to their family. What could I say? You have chosen the spiritual path. You have left everything behind, at least physically, and gone to the ashram. So that is very important. But your children are there, and though they are grown-ups, they may have so many problems, sometimes very serious ones. So now, as a mother or a father, how are you going to ignore that? Similarly, I also have my worldly duties. Sometimes when I'm all by myself, like when I'm driving, I begin to wonder what I am doing. I think that I have got so much from Swami. I have got everything. Then why am I still entangled in all this? But my responsibilities are not yet over. I have more to do. I have to complete my work. It is not that I felt only during the tapa that Swami was with me. I always feel that he is with me, each and every moment. Why? Only with me. Whoever takes him along, he is with them. But never think that problems will not come. Problems come and we have to overcome them. He watches. We cannot get everything on a platter. We say that Swami is always with us, before us, behind us. This does not mean that problems will not come. He watches how we faces our problems. He sees how much faith we have and how much patience we have. Then he sees to it in his own way. He solves our problems in a beautiful manner. He guides us in different ways. We postpone matters and find excuses for not doing what we have to do. There must be no laziness on our part. There must be nothing lacking in our effort. The first time we may fail, we may think that whoever said that he is always by our side must not have really meant it. Or maybe it is true for them but not for us. The next time we may fail again, but we must persevere with courage. We must have faith and persist in our efforts. Slowly, our faith will also grow. Then, a day will come when we will be able to surrender. Only then will we be able to love God. Only then will we feel close to Him. We will realize what we have received, what we have gained after all the suffering and tests. Patience is very important, and we cannot have everything. With His grace, 18 days of the divine Tapa were over. Om Sai Ram. Om Shri Sai Ram. Chapter 3. Ma. It was Mahashivratri, the 7th of March 2016. The mandir had been decorated beautifully with strings of fresh marigold flowers. We had placed a dark blue mat in the center of the mandir. It was about 3:45 a.m. I had been in a lot of pain since midnight. Swami entered through the balcony door and walked to his sofa. I sat down on the floor and folded my hands. Shirdi Baba came and sat by my side. After a few minutes, Bhagwan Shiva entered the mandir through the balcony door. As soon as he enters, the mandir is saturated with his powerful presence. Bhagwan Shiva stood so tall in the center of the room next to the mat. He was in tiger skin clothing and was carrying a black colored kamandal in his hand. The serpent was moving slowly around his neck. Bhagwan Shiva's face is always a little serious. When he comes, I get nervous. His presence is very commanding. I had severe pain in my stomach. With my hands folded, I asked Bhagwan Shiva for permission and softly touched his divine lotus feet. He placed his hand on my head and blessed me. He said, "Devi, take the holy water." I was sitting close to the lotus feet. I cupped my hands together. He poured the holy water from his kamandal into my hands and said, "Drink it." Gratefully, I had the prasadam. I folded my hands and prayed, "Bhagwan, I need a little more." I was looking around quickly to see what I could receive the holy water in. Swami immediately picked up his glass and drank the water. I got up quickly and went to Swami to take the glass. Bhagwan Shiva filled it with the holy water from his kamandal. I had laid out a garland on a tray to offer to Bhagwan Shiva on the auspicious occasion of Mahashivratri. Shirdi Baba indicated to me that I offer it to Swami. Bhagwan Shiva turned his head to look at Swami. Then Swami gestured that I offer it to Shirdi Baba. Bhagwan Shiva turned to look at Baba. Finally, Baba said, "Offer the garland to Swami." I offer the garland to my Divine Mother. Then I touched Bhagwan Shiva's lotus feet. He said, "Devi, get up." With his right hand, Bhagwan Shiva showered his blessings in the form of Rudraksh, Mala, Shivalingam, coins, Kaudi, and Saligram on the mat. Nothing fell outside it. In fact, everything looked neatly laid out. He then sprinkled vibhuti on the mat. It had the fragrance of camphor. After that, he walked to the door which opens out to the staircase and walked out. I followed him up to the staircase and then he disappeared. I came back to the mandir. I asked for permission and did Swami's Pada Seva. He looked at me very seriously, and though he did not speak, I got a feeling that Swami was saying, Now is the challenge. You have to do it. I said aloud, I will do it, Swami. Swami stood up, picked up his handkerchief and looked at his picture. He wrote something in the air with his finger. Then he placed that handkerchief on the second handkerchief which was on the other arm of the sofa. I did not understand. Swami and Baba left. Bhajans were held in the evening, and all whom he had called received his blessings and the holy water. Anu said, Ma, for many years now you have been going to a Shiva temple for Abhishekam every morning. A few years ago you had made a vow to do Abhishekam at the temple at 4 o'clock every morning for more than 5 months. I remember how you completed it, overcoming all kinds of obstacles. Please share that experience with us. It was Mahashivratri in the year 2012. That morning, I had fulfilled my vow of doing 125,000 jap of the mantra Om Namah Shivaya. I made another vow with a prayer to Bhagwan Shiva that from Mahashivratri till the end of the month of Sawan for 162 days I would go to a temple nearby for Abhishekam at 4 a.m. every morning. I knew that it would be very difficult to go every day without a break, as it was quite a long period. I was ready to leave at about 3:45 a.m. I continued Namasmaranam as I walked barefoot to the temple. It was Mahashivratri, so the temple gates had opened early. With a prayer to Bhagwan Shiva, I lit the incense, recited the Shiv Rudrashtakam and did the Abhishekam. Then I came back home. Swami gave darshan and blessed me. That morning the priest had not been there, so I went back to the temple in the evening and asked him if he would open the temple gates for me at 4 a.m. He told me that he slept inside the temple and that if I called out to him, he would do so. So every morning I would call out to him and he would open the gate. I had also told the watchman of our building to open the gates for me in the morning. Everything went well for about a week. It used to be very dark at that time in the morning. I had to cross the main road as the temple was on the other side. I would often see trucks on the road and sometimes a 3-wheeler auto. One day, as I was crossing the road, suddenly a bicycle drew up by my side. Before I could realize what was happening, the man on the bicycle pulled at the golden chain that I was wearing. I was stunned. He was not able to break the chain, so he gave up and quickly rode away. I was shaken but continued the Namasmaranam. I went to the temple, did Abhishekam and walked back. After that day, I was careful not to have any jewelry on me in the morning. One morning, after about 15 days, when I reached the temple and repeatedly called out to the priest, there was no reply. It seemed that he was not there. I was at a loss. There is a Shiva temple near the electricity board office a little further away. It was still dark and I was walking barefoot. I continued to do Namasmaranam, praying to Swami that the temple be open. When I reached there, there was a railing around the temple. I jumped the railing and went in. I took water from the tap, lit the incense, recited the Shiva Rudrashtakam and did Abhishekam. Then I walked home. Later in the morning, on my way to work, I went to meet the priest at the Shiva temple. I convinced him to give me a duplicate key to the lock. Every morning it would take me at least 5 minutes to open it, as I had to twist and turn my arm to reach inside and unlock it. Sometimes, even if the priest was not there, I would do Abhishekam and come back. One morning when I went to the temple, the priest was not there. Another man, a stranger, was standing inside. He refused to let me in. I felt a bit afraid but tried explaining to him that this was a vow I had made and could not go back without doing Abhishekam. Just then I spotted a familiar face. Every morning on my way to the temple, I used to see an old man out for his morning walk. He would bow his head when he reached the temple and ring the big bell hanging outside. As I was talking to the stranger, he came. He asked me why he was not letting me in. The old man told him that I came every morning at this time to do Abhishekam, and that he should not refuse to let me in. Finally, he let me enter the temple. I don't know who that old man was and why he came at 4 in the morning for a walk, but I was grateful for his help. I lit the incense, recited the Shiva Rudrashtakam, and did Abhishekam. A few weeks later, I realized that if I left from the gate at the back of the building, it would be a much shorter walk to the temple. As it was very early in the morning, I thought it would be better if I was not out for very long. So I asked the building watchman for a duplicate key to the back gate. This route was shorter but not clean. One morning I stepped on a piece of glass and hurt my foot. It was bleeding badly. I walked on doing Namasmaranam. As it was dark and I could not see, sometimes I would step on some filth on the road. I would wash my feet before entering the temple. I had also kept soap and a mug in my car in the parking lot so that I could wash my feet before entering the mandir at home. As it was dark and I could not see, sometimes I would step on some filth on the road. I would wash my feet before entering the temple. I had also kept soap and a mug in my car in the parking lot so that I could wash my feet before entering the mandir at home. Anu said, "Ma, I was wondering if you bathe before going to the temple for Abhishekam that early in the morning every day." Ma said, "No, I feel that after Namasmaranam you are pure." When the month of Savan began, it started to rain. I used to enjoy walking in the rain, but one morning it was raining very heavily. When I reached the temple, I saw that the priest had put a different lock and it was not opening with the key that I had. I walked to the temple near Dayanand school, which is at a little distance from there. That temple has only a Shivalingam. An old man was sitting inside chanting loudly. I called out to him, apologized for interrupting, and explained to him that I had to do Abhishekam. He looked at me for a while and then opened the gate. As I was going to light the incense, he said that since that was an Arya Samaj temple, I could not be permitted to light incense there. I asked him where I could light it. He was a kind man and agreed to let me light the incense near the Shivlingam, then pick it up and put it elsewhere. He said, "If you have made a vow, I will not stop you." I thanked him for his help. With God's grace, everything was going smoothly. There were difficulties, but I was in Ananda. Every day I had a new experience. While walking to the temple, I would wonder if there was going to be a new obstacle for me that day. But without obstacles, you cannot achieve anything. Till you overcome the difficulties and surmount the obstacles, you cannot get anything. One morning it was pouring very heavily. It was dark. I was crossing the road. Suddenly I saw a truck coming towards me at full speed. I was not sure how far it was. The driver must have seen me and how close I was, but he did not stop or even slow down. I was barefoot and there were sharp stones on the road. I ran as fast as I could and fell on my face. I don't know how I was saved. I stood up, went to the temple and did Abhishekam. Since the beginning of Savan, I was reciting the Shiva Rudrashtakam 9 times in the temple. After completing everything, I went back home and I saw that I had scraped my knees, but otherwise I was fine. Another day, as I stepped out of the building, I saw many stray dogs standing just outside the gate. There must have been a dozen at least. I'm very afraid of stray dogs. First, I thought I would just carry on and they would go away. But then I got scared. I called the watchman. He got a stick and stood guard as I walked out and crossed the road. as I was afraid that if something happened to me, it would come in the way of me fulfilling my vow. With His grace, there were no major obstacles. Minor problems were there, but He guides and shows the way. With Swami's permission, I fulfilled my vow on the 2nd of August at the Shiv temple in the Guru Sthan in the Mandir in Shirdi. See God's grace. No one came to know that I was doing this, not even uncle. Before I left, I would pray that he should not wake up while I was away, as he would be very alarmed if he saw that I was not at home. For 162 days I went daily and no one came to know about it. I think if you are determined to do something and do it with Ananda, taking the obstacles in your stride, then God sees to it that it is completed. The joy that I got from doing the Abhishekam and fulfilling my vow was immense. From the 7th of March to the 15th of April 2016, for 40 days, Shirdi Baba came every day. One morning when Baba came, I had a severe stomachache. He said to me, "Come, Ma, I will take you to Shirdi. You feel very happy in Shirdi." He took me with him to Shirdi. In a moment, we were in the Samadhi Mandir. There was no one else inside the hall. Baba told me to sit before his idol. Looking at the beautiful idol, I said, "Baba, for me it is the same. Whether you are here or there, it seems the same to me. There is no difference." Baba said, "Ma, today I will give you water from here." There was a small metal pot lying next to Baba's idol in the mandir. He gave me the pot and told me to drink the water. As soon as I had the water, Baba disappeared. I sat there holding my stomach and trying to suppress the pain. More than an hour went by, but Baba did not come. I kept wondering where he had gone. Then I heard his voice, "Ma?" I looked up, smiled and got up immediately. I felt so relieved to see him. I said, "Baba, where had you gone, leaving me behind?" Baba said, "Ma, I had gone to pray for you." I burst into tears and hugged Baba just as a mother hugs her son. Baba held my hand and said, "Come, Ma." Almost instantly, I was back in my mandir. He said, "Now go to sleep, Ma." Then he left. One morning when Shirdi Baba came, he said, "Ma, I'm feeling hungry." I asked, "Oh Baba, are you feeling hungry? Should I get some puris for you?" He asked, "Do you have?" I said, "Baba, I don't have, but I will make." "What will you have with the puris?" Baba said, "I will have potatoes." I asked, "Baba, anything else?" He said, "What else will you make?" I said, "You say, should I make something sweet for you? Will you have halwa?" Baba said, "Okay, make that too." I said, "You will not get up from here. You will not go anywhere. I will be back in 10 minutes. As I was about to get up to go to the kitchen, I saw a big oval earthen plate lying before me on the floor. There were 2 puris, potatoes and some halwa on the plate. The puris were overdone, a bit burnt. I looked at him for a moment and said, "Baba, you are feeling hungry. Should I feed you today?" Tears welled up in his eyes. He said, "No, give me only water. How will I eat in front of you?" I got upset. "Then why did you say that you were hungry? Why? Eat." Tears began to flow from his eyes. I gave him water just as he makes me drink. He had all of it and said, "See, my stomach is full. You made me eat too much, Ma. I'm going. I will take a little walk." He picked up the plate with the food and said, "I will feed a cow and come back." And he left. I don't know where he went to feed a cow. After some time, he came back, carrying the earthen glass in his hand. He filled it with water and gave it to me. He was crying. Seeing Baba cry, I could not hold back my tears. I wept. I thought, "I'm such an idiot. What did I do that made him cry?" Another morning, as I sat in my car to drive to work, I heard a voice, "Ma." I turned around sharply. There was no one. I was sure that it was Shirdi Baba's voice. Then I heard him say, "Give me food today." I started the car and drove out of the building thinking about it. I felt that Baba wanted me to feed someone today. I stopped at a roadside eatery and asked for 4 puris and some potato curry to be packed in a takeaway box. I stepped out while the puris were being fried. An old man was sitting right outside that shop. I asked him if he would have some food. He said, "Yes, give. I have been hungry for so long." I had noticed gulab jamun being prepared in the shop, so I asked him if he would have some. He said, "Get 4." I said, "Okay." I asked him how many puris he'd like to have, whether he would have more than 4. He said, "No, puris also 4." I went in, got everything packed, and gave the box to him. He quickly finished eating and said, "Now get me tea." I got tea for him, which he had. He was carrying a very old, worn out piece of cloth. He folded it carefully, wrapped it around his head, and got up. He had looked quite hungry, and I felt very satisfied that Baba had sent me to give him food. I went and sat in my car and watched the old man slowly walk away. Suddenly, he turned his face and looked directly at me. His eyes, full of love, rested briefly on my face. "Shirdi Baba?" My heart skipped a beat. Tears welled up. I opened the door and jumped out of the car. My eyes did not leave him for even a moment. Now I could see his face from the side, and as he turned around again, he smiled, lifted his right hand, and waved at me. I stared, tears running down my face. My heart was filled with love. I thought that this was an even more beautiful darshan than the one he had given me under the tree a few days ago. Navratra began. On the first day when Swami and Shirdi Baba came to give darshan, Swami sang the bhajan, "Prema mudita manase kaho, Ram Ram Ram," lightly tapping his hand on the arm of the sofa. He sang the full bhajan. While Swami was singing, Shirdi Baba got up and walked away. Swami continued to sing. The next day when Swami came, he sang the bhajan, "Om Shri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram," and gave me vibhuti. Swami stood up and before leaving, lovingly patted me on my cheek. I felt shy but very nice. It was his way of showing his love. I felt as though Swami was saying, "Keep it up, my child." On the third day, Shirdi Baba gave me water from the earthen glass that he sometimes brought with him. I would always feel blissful when he gave me this water. Then Swami called me and I went and sat down near his sofa with my hands folded. He sang the bhajan, "Satyam Jnanam Anantam Brahma." He sang beautifully as though lost in singing. Before leaving, he placed his hand on my head and blessed me. After a while, Baba also left. As the days passed, my pain and suffering increased a lot. I would often feel as though something was rising up from my chest to my throat, as though pulling my insides very tight. The pain was terrible. How to explain to you the intensity of the pain? One night, it was very bad. I was gasping for breath. I threw myself on my mattress. How to describe the agony? I felt that my life force would soon leave my body. I don't know from where I got the strength. I cried out, gasping for breath, "Swami, Swami, where are you? I have to fight with you. I had prayed to you that you have to make me complete this tapa. You cannot do this. Today I will fight with you. Where are you? Why don't you come before me?" Swami came and stood before me wearing a white robe. I was crying and shouting at the same time, "I will stand before you and show you." I reached out for the water bottle. It fell and the water spilled on the floor. Swami said, "Get up." I stood up but collapsed on the floor. I hurt my head. Swami was watching. I pulled myself up and tried again, but fell again. The way I was breathing, I felt that I was not going to survive. The voice was faint and far away. "Devi, get up." It was not Swami's voice. My eyes were closing. I was not able to see. My body was numb. My mind was numb. There was one thought: I have to complete my tapa. Again I heard the voice: "Devi, get up." It was Narayana Bhagavan. I felt a new energy in my body. I felt relieved that he had responded to my call. Slowly I opened my eyes. Narayana Bhagavan was standing before me. I sat up very slowly and folded my hands, but was unable to talk. Falling at his feet, I prayed silently. Let me complete this. I know it is you coming in different forms. Let me complete this. Again I heard, "Devi, get up." I straightened up. Narayana Bhagavan raised his right hand and a bright light began to flow from his hand towards me. I felt a sudden jerk. It hurt. I don't know what it was, but something was happening to me. I held myself tight and sat firmly on the ground. Slowly, I felt life in my body again. I thanked Bhagavan. He left. I reached for the water bottle, but it was empty. I stood up slowly and got water from the refrigerator. I was still feeling numb. I had only one thought: am I okay? I switched on the light to look at myself and check my arms and legs. The next day, Swami came to give darshan. I said, "Thank you, Swami. You saved me again." Swami said, "We have given in to you. No one can have so much strength and so much willpower to live on only water." This tapa was full of love. It was done only with love, nothing else. If you ask whether there was some desire, no, it was only pure love. I did not feel that I was doing it for anyone. I did not feel that I was taking on suffering for someone. I felt that I was giving my love to someone and filling their life with happiness. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to do it. There was not a single day that I did not do Namasmaranam. It was the source of my strength. Whatever may have been happening, cramps or pain or anything, I never left the practice and regularity of Namasmaranam. The timing sometimes changed because of my pain, but I always did it at night and completed it before midnight. I would chant without a japamala, sometimes for over an hour. When you do something with love, you get God's strength and you get God's grace. That is why this tapa was a divine tapa. It was a blessing from Him. There was acute suffering and immeasurable bliss. There was a sweet underlying bliss even within the suffering, because in that pain I had a deep, constant and intimate bond with Swami. It is a very beautiful relationship. I am aware that He knows. He knows everything. He knows what is happening now and what is going to happen in the future. But He watches. He watches how I perform my role in His divine play. And I am always aware of Him watching me. The craving for salt became very intense now. There was such acute restlessness. I can't tell you. At night, I would run around the house like a mad person. When I got this terrible craving, I felt that if anyone comes before me, I could kill. I would feel like hitting something hard, very hard. Then I would pray, "Sai Ram, Sai Ram, Swami, give me strength." I would begin to chant aloud, "Om Namah Shivaya." Sometimes I would jump up suddenly and run to the kitchen. I would grab the salt container and breathless keep staring at it. And then, using all my willpower, crying loudly, I would throw it. Then I would pick it up, stare at it in my hand and throw it away again. The salt would scatter all over the kitchen. Then I would clean it, sobbing all the while. I wondered if I was going insane. Thank God that did not happen. I felt that I kept my sanity because though I was suffering a lot, I was getting a lot of bliss also. How much bliss I was getting during this tapa. I tell you truly, no one can have so much bliss. When Narayana Bhagwan would say Devi, I would forget my pain. Yes, there was also a steep sadness, but I moved on a day at a time. I told you, Anu, that I will complete it to the last day, and if I have to go, I will tell you everything and then go. Our strength comes from our heart. Someone asked me if I have the power to control my hunger. I said, no, I am a normal person like you. I am not a yogi. I am very simple. I don't have much knowledge. When Swami gives darshan, I keep looking at him, adoring my most beautiful, loving Divine Mother. I have a very simple relationship with Swami. I don't ask him anything. If I did that, I wouldn't feel the closeness that I love to have with him. It is only in silence that I feel that he has understood me and I have understood him. During the tapa, it happened many times that when Swami came, there was only a quiet understanding. But sometimes I would attempt to break the silence because I knew that in that silence my beloved Ma was suffering more than me. I would pick up a letter that had been kept for him and give it to him. But Swami would be looking at me, maybe thinking that I will ask something or complain about how hungry I was. When he looked at me like that and I felt that he wanted to ask me something, I would smile. Oh, then Swami would smile, so beautiful, almost blushing, as though he was shy. So beautifully he lowered his eyes and then his face. Oh, if only you saw it, would you know? When Swami left after darshan, I sat down quietly to think about his beautiful Leela. How he had blushed, how he had lowered his eyes and then his face. Oh, his smile, it has all his love. His love is my strength. I have no complaints. I don't need anything else. I have never complained to him. He knows everything. So why should I complain? Till the time that we are in this body, we have to undergo some suffering. What we have to go through, only we will have to go through. Only after paying for our karma can we move closer to him. But this was not the suffering of karma. This was a tapa, a divine tapa. Suffering is of the body or the mind, like you could have some disease or someone could be causing you pain. The suffering in a tapa is not the result of karma. It had been taken willingly to purify someone with my tears, my pain, my suffering, and with all that is mine. But my tears were only before him and my suffering was offered only at his lotus feet. I placed everything at his feet every morning, saying, thank you, my beloved Ma. Now I'm getting up. Thank you that I can stand. Thank you that I can walk. Thank you that I can talk. Thank you that every part of my body is normal. I would stand before his picture and say, Swami, this day has begun. You make it better than the day that went by. Whatever suffering that you had to give, you give me, but make the day better than yesterday. Give as much suffering as you want. It is not that I said it with a sense of ego or that I took it as a challenge. No, but I was determined that I will do it, and nothing can come in my way. I had to control myself a lot, not from eating anything else, but only from salt. If someone had given me a bowl of salt and if I was permitted to eat it, I would have had all of it. I would imagine that someone would come and give it to me, but I knew that I cannot have it. I did not feel like having water because my stomach would bloat up and I would have to throw up after that. But somehow it gave a little comfort to everyone. So I kept a glass of water with me and kept taking tiny sips. When I felt a very strong craving for a cup of tea, I would ask Uncle, will you have some tea? If he said no, I would say, please have. I would make tea and give it to him. I felt satisfied. I would ask you what you had to eat. I knew that you were having dal chawal or dahi bath every day. Many times when I cooked for Uncle, I wanted to send for you also. Sometimes when I felt very hungry, I would message my son, have you had lunch? I would message that whatever is made, eat well, and I will feel that I have eaten. One day I was craving for Rajma Chawal. I called up Nivedita and told her to make Rajma and have it. I did not make Rajma because uncle does not like it. That night I fought with Swami. Never before had I fought with him. I shouted, Swami, what has happened? I am not able to lift my foot. I have asked this of you and I have to complete it. Then what are you doing? You will see. I will stand on one foot and I do it. I will show you. I will drive. I will cook and you will make me all right. After some time, I felt that my leg was better. Swami said that the most painful phase of the tapa was about to begin. He told me that he would not come very often now. I did not have the desire that Swami would give darshan every day. I had no desire. I prayed to him, I know that you are watching over me. Please keep walking before me. Lead the way and give me support. Whether you come to give darshan or you don't, for me, you are here only. I can see you everywhere. With Swami's grace, I've had darshan many times and it has given me inexpressible bliss. Now my ananda lies in doing the work that he gives me. I was determined to complete the tapa and not let anyone know how much I was suffering. This is the way to do it. Anu, only you have heard this. Write it with the same ananda. Write so beautifully that whoever reads it feels like reading it again and again. Write so that whoever reads it feels that he too can do it, can do what Swami assigns to him. Even if it takes his last breath, he can do it. It is not essential that Swami's physical presence be there. He is within. He is everywhere. He is the doer. Anu said, on Ram Navami, the 15th of April 2016, Swami said that he would now give darshan on every 9th day. He also said that during the last 36 days, he would come every day. With his grace, 58 days of the divine tapa was over. Om Sai Ram. Om Shri Sai Ram. Chapter 4. Ma said, Swami had told me that after Ram Navami he would give darshan on every 9th day. During the gap of those 8 days when he did not give darshan, my suffering became worse. I did not have the strength. At night, despite the pain, my eyes would begin to close on their own. Suddenly, I would hear footsteps. I would quickly sit up and switch on the lights to see who it was, but no one would be there. Then I would switch off the lights, crying all the while. Again, I would hear a sound and get the feeling that Swami was in the mandir. I would stand up with a start only to fall down again. Very often, I had to go to the washroom every 10 minutes at night. My left leg would be numb. I could barely walk. I would hold on to the walls and the furniture and somehow reach the washroom. I would pass only water in my motion. My craving for salt would become unbearable. I would call out to him, Swami, Swami, don't take my test. I will complete my tapa. Many nights went on like this. One morning I was driving to work when suddenly everything around me became hazy. I blinked hard again and again but was not able to see. I felt that something was heading in my direction. Somehow I managed to park the car on the side. I sat there for a while praying to Swami. After some time, when my vision cleared, I saw Shirdi Baba sitting on the seat next to me. He said, Ma, I will come with you. When I reached work and parked the car, he told me to go in. I reached the gate and turned to look. Baba was not there. It happened a few times that I was sitting somewhere and all of a sudden I was in complete darkness. I closed my eyes and sat quietly, remembering Swami. After a while, it became all right by itself and I was able to see everything clearly. Anu said, Ma made me promise that I would not tell anyone about this problem. She said they would not let me drive. After that terrible suffering one night, when I go out in the morning, I feel refreshed. Swami is taking care. Nothing will happen. But if I am not allowed to go out during the day, I will suffocate inside. One night I was lying on the floor completely still. I think my life force was not there. I heard a faint voice. Come now. It will not be possible to do it. My body began to shake uncontrollably like a fish out of water. I cried out, Swami. I heard a faint voice. She will not give up. Give her some more time. She is not going to give up. I became conscious of water being poured on me. I opened my eyes. The gods were standing around me. Swami, Shirdi Baba, Narayana Bhagavan, Ma Lakshmi, Bhagavan Shiva and Ma Parvati. Narayana Bhagavan said, Devi, we bow our heads before you. We bow before you. I sat up. Bhagavan Shiva gave me the holy water from his kamandal. The room was filled with a very bright light, as though the gods were sending light to me from everywhere. It was so bright that I lifted my hands to shield my eyes. Swami said, Let us go. Leave her now. The gods left. A short while after they had left, Shirdi Baba quietly walked in again. He was carrying a small pouch in his hand. He came and sat by my side on the floor. With both his hands, he carefully placed the pouch in my hand and said, Ma, have this salt. I will not tell anyone. I was taken aback. I looked at him in surprise and said, No, Baba, I will not be able to have it. He said, Have it, Ma. I will not tell anyone. I was at a loss. Tears welled up in my eyes as I stared at him. Then I fell at his feet and cried, No, Baba, give me so much strength that my craving for salt goes. I don't want salt. I don't want it, Baba. Please finish this craving. Baba began to cry. He looked at me pleadingly and said, I am saying, Ma, have it. Have it, Ma. I am saying, you will not get this chance again. I said, Baba, please stop this craving for salt. Remove it from within me. Baba got up slowly and left, taking the pouch with him. From that day, my craving for salt slowly reduced. Baba did it out of love for his mother. Just as a mother cannot see her child hungry, a child too cannot see his mother hungry. One morning, Swami was sitting on his sofa and I was lying on the floor. I was in terrible pain but was trying to hide it from him. As I looked up, I saw tears in his eyes. He was also trying to hide them from me. I looked into Swami's eyes. I saw so much pain in them that I forgot all my problems and stood up straight. I went to him, held his feet and said, Swami, your lotus feet are so beautiful. I don't know why I said that. I had never said anything like that to him ever before. I was praying. I was trying to distract him. But I knew that it was foolish to think that I could do it. He turned his face away. But I had seen the pain in his eyes. Another day, Swami and Shirdi Baba had come to give darshan. I was sitting on the floor with Baba and facing Swami. Swami called, Ma. Swami called me, Ma. He said, Ma, give me water. I quickly turned to look at Baba. Baba had straightened up where he was sitting. When I looked at Swami again, I was shocked. Swami was not there. Shirdi Baba was sitting on the sofa. Shirdi Baba was sitting on the floor also. I looked at the sofa again. Shirdi Baba was sitting there wearing the robe that Swami was wearing when he had come. He tilted his head a little and asked so sweetly, "Who am I? Tell me." I said, "You are Swami. Baba is sitting there, here." He took the form of Swami again. He said, "You are my true devotee." He smiled so beautifully. I felt that my loving Ma was trying to make me forget my pain. Baba said, "I am here. Your Swami is there. His Leela is so beautiful." Anu said, "I was doing daily Parayanam of the 18th chapter of A Divine Life, praying to Swami to give strength to Ma. Around this time, my mother, who was in Mumbai with my sister, fell ill and was hospitalized. I rushed to Mumbai to be with her. On the first day, I somehow managed to find time to do Parayanam for that day. The next morning, I got a message from Ma saying, "Please look after Mom. I am doing your Parayan." I messaged, "No, Ma, I will do it." I thought, with all her problems, how is Ma going to do my Parayanam? She said, "Anu, it will be very difficult for you to find time." I relented. It was so ironic. She was doing Parayanam of the 18th chapter, which is based on her, for herself, on my behalf. That's Ma. However, it had to stop after a few days when Swami casually mentioned to her one morning that Parayanam cannot be transferred. The benefit of the Parayanam, he said, is to the person who does it. I don't know why Swami said that he would come to give darshan on every 9th day. It is his Leela. For me, he is here all the time. Many times I would hear his footsteps at night. Sometimes I would feel that he had placed his hand on the wall next to my bed. At times I would feel that he was walking towards me. When I would get fed up, I would come out to the drawing room and sit on the sofa. I could hear the footsteps there too. I would not switch on the lights, as I did not want Uncle to know that I was up. I would sit on the sofa for some time and then go down to the floor, but I would not be able to sit for long. I would climb up on the sofa and stand on it for some time. I wanted to hold something tight and press it very hard. Sometimes I would feel something rising up to my throat and getting stuck there. The pain was excruciating. I would hold my throat, fall down and jump again, unable to breathe. Once when I was suffering like this, I heard Baba say to Swami, "She is going. You gave this to her. If something happens to her, I will not spare you." I remember that Baba was standing on one leg. He looked very angry, as though he was in Shiva Rupa. I wondered what was happening. I wondered if I had lost my senses. I did not feel like myself at all. When I would get up in the morning, I would shudder as the scenes from the previous night played before my eyes. I would sit on my mattress for a while, trying to get back to normal. Looking at my feet, I would talk to Swami within. "Swami, will I be able to walk today? Will I be able to do what I want to?" When I was able to stand properly, I would feel very happy. Folding my hands in gratitude, I would come out of the mandir. When I began my morning routine, I would forget for some time that I was doing a tapa. So many chores had to be done. I tried to do everything. When I drove to the temple early in the morning and saw people on the road, I said to myself, how they walk along unaware what is happening to another in this world. No one knows. They have no idea that I am in agony with hunger, taking only water. One morning I was driving to work and all of a sudden I felt very nauseous. I parked my car on the side and leaned out. I retched and retched but could not throw up. I started the car, rolled down all the windows and switched on the air conditioner. I played music on such high volume that my head became numb. At night, when I was in a very bad state, I would think, they are watching me quietly. No one is there. Sometimes I cried out, why are you not with me? Where are you? Where are you hiding? Are you watching this show? Then after crying my heart out, I would calm down and pull myself together. I would tell myself, no, this is wrong. It is wrong. He is with me. That is why I am walking. He is not far. Many times I felt that I was going mad. I would run here and there in the house. I would feel like pulling my hair. I would run to the washroom, put my head under the tap and wash it with cold water. Then I would calm down. In the morning, Uncle would ask me why I had washed my hair so early in the morning. Only he who understands hunger can understand my suffering. May no one ever have to go hungry. Don't let anyone go hungry. It is a terrible thing. Who am I? Where am I? Am I there? I would lose my memory. I would not remember where I was and where I had come, where I had to go. Often when I went out, I would forget what I had come for. At night, I was not aware of where I was lying. I did not know if the air conditioner was on or off. Sometimes the electricity would go and I would perspire badly. I did not know what was happening to me. I could not understand who I was within and who I was to those around me. Everyone asked me with so much concern how the Tapa was going. They would tell me that they were praying. I knew that everyone was praying for me. It is because of everyone's prayers that I am alive today. Swami had not come for the past 8 days. I did not feel his absence. I tried to be normal all day, drawing on all the strength I had. When my legs became numb, I would hit them very hard on the ground and say to him, I will do it. When it became unbearable, I would go and stand before every picture in the mandir and like a mad person I would say, I will do it, I will do it, you will see. All of you are laughing. You will see, I will defeat you, I will not lose. I knew that they were not laughing. I thought, but maybe they were not able to see me suffer, so they were hiding and watching me. Anu said, Ma, God gives you darshan in all his beautiful forms. Please share your divine experience with us. God is one and he is omnipresent. But when he comes to the mandir to grant me darshan, in his beautiful divine forms, I feel that they are different gods. It is all his Leela. To tell you truly, when I have darshan, I feel lost. I get confused. In deep gratitude, with deep humility, I stand before them with my hands folded. My prayer is only for permission to touch the divine lotus feet, nothing else. What I feel at that time, what bliss is there? It is not possible to tell. During the Tapa, I was suffering a lot, so some things are a bit hazy in my memory. But since you are asking me about darshan, I will try my best to recollect and share with everyone. He makes me remember everything. When Narayana Bhagwan comes to give darshan, he usually comes in through the closed balcony door. When I have his darshan as he enters, I feel blissful and blessed beyond words. It does not feel like he is walking. It seems as though he is floating lightly. He seems to be almost touching the ground, and the way he glides in so smoothly, it is so beautiful to see. When he comes and stands in the center of the mandir, everything is washed in a beautiful white light. He radiates pure love and peace beyond compare. The light of his love touches everything and makes it look divine. There is a sublime stillness in his presence. His every movement is gentle and extremely graceful. All his actions are perfect. My eyes are filled with tears of gratitude as they rest at his divine lotus feet. I only know that his lotus feet are very beautiful, and as I think about it more, I also recall that they are quite large. I look at him with love and I feel a bit shy. I'm immediately drawn like a magnet to his divine eyes. They are big and so beautifully shaped. Since the time I refused to go with him to Vaikuntha, I have seen only love and tenderness in his eyes. They radiate so much warmth. There is so much attraction in his divine eyes that when you look at them, you immediately lower your eyes. You are drawn to them, but you cannot look for long. When he speaks, his voice is a little musical. It is divine. There is no other word. The loving way in which he calls me Devi is something I treasure in my heart always. When he smiles, you forget yourself. You forget everything. His smile has all his beauty, his love, his compassion, and his grace. When I have his darshan and when he smiles, I feel like I have got a new life. All my pain and fears melt to nothing. I feel bathed in the light of pure love and securely wrapped in its warmth. I feel truly blessed. Narayana Bhagwan, as I see him when he gives darshan, is very tall. He is very fair and has a beautiful white aura. He wears yellow-colored clothes and his ornaments are made of pearls. He wears several pearl strings. He also wears a golden crown, which has a big ruby in the center. I think it must be larger than an inch. In his 4 hands he carries the Shankha, Chakra, Gada and Kamal. The Chakra and Gada are golden in color. The Shankh is whitish and the Kamal is pink. But when he blesses me and also when he sends me the light, his right hand does not have the Gada. I don't know where his Gada is at that time. Sometimes the Chakra is moving, but sometimes I have seen that it is still. Ma Lakshmi, when she gives darshan, looks very beautiful. She is not tall, in fact maybe my height, though Narayana Bhagwan is very, very tall. Her complexion is the same as Narayana Bhagwan, very fair and bright and glowing with a divine light. She has long dark hair, which is tied at the back. Her eyes are not big but very beautiful. She wears kajal in her eyes. She is always in bright colored saris, red, pink or golden, and wears heavy gold jewelry. Her lotus feet and hands are small and very pretty. She has a very sweet voice like the soft jingle of bells. I have noted many times that Narayana Bhagwan looks at Ma Lakshmi as though giving her a cue. It seems to me that he gives her an indication to take over the proceedings. It is so wonderful to see this quiet, loving exchange between them, as though Bhagwan is telling her, "This is your duty." Then Ma Lakshmi steps forward and takes over. When the gods come together to give darshan, it appears to me as though the stature of Narayana Bhagwan and Ma Lakshmi is very high. At least that is what I feel when I see them. Narayana Bhagwan always stands in the center of the mandir. The gods stand quietly on either side, so I feel that his position is the highest. Sometimes when Sri Krishna comes to give darshan, he too stands quietly with the gods. He does not say anything to me. Long back, the first time I had his darshan, I was trying to recognize him. There was so much magnetism in his eyes, and I was so enchanted by them that I did not even see the morpank on his mukut. He smiled mischievously, pulled out his divine flute from behind him, and waved it before me. "Ah, Krishna," I thought. He put his one leg behind the other in his typical pose and put his divine flute to his mouth. I quickly bent to touch his divine lotus feet. He did not play the flute. I remember he was wearing beautiful bracelets in his hands. And his smile, what word should I use for it? Tantalizing? Yes, very charming. You are instantly captivated. Radha had also come with him a few times. Like Sri Krishna, Radha is also very attractive. She has a beatish complexion and her eyes are so beautiful that if you look at them, you cannot look away. As Bhagwan Shiva enters the mandir through the closed balcony door, his stride is so powerful that no one can even think of coming in his way. His walk, his stance, his face, his eyes are power. When he comes alone to give darshan, the mandir is filled with his presence. When he stands in the center, it is as though there is nothing else but him. Nothing else exists. He is the master of all. He looks at. His eyes, oh, his divine eyes, they are so beautiful that beauty itself would bow before them. They are so perfectly shaped as though sculpted with great loving care. They are so intense and so powerful that if you dare to look, you get shaken up. You put your head down. Between his brow, I see the third eye. It is always shut. Even though it is shut, you cannot look there or at his forehead. You cannot bear the power. Very rarely does he smile, and then also it is a slight smile. Yet, there is a lot of attraction on his divine face. When he speaks, his voice is so firm and commanding. How he stands, so straight and strong, and me, an insignificant little creature before him. Sometimes I start shivering and I don't know what to do. Bhagwan Shiva is very tall as Narayana Bhagwan. His divine lotus feet are very beautiful and strong. His arms are very long and powerful. The serpent moves around his neck. Earlier, I would feel afraid when I saw the serpent, but now I don't. During darshan, I feel lost. But now that you ask me, I recall that he wears a little ash on his body and his complexion is slightly blue. Bhagwan Shiva wears tiger skin clothing and ornaments of Rudraksh. He carries a black colored kamandal with him. If you get even a drop of the holy water from his kamandal, you feel so fortunate and blessed. The intensity of that power is not as much when he comes with Ma Parvati compared to when he comes alone. When I have darshan of Ma Parvati, I see that she is very beautiful and of a light wheatish complexion. Like Ma Lakshmi, Ma Parvati is also not tall. Her long hair is tied at the back. I have seen her wear very beautiful gold, blue and purple saris, but she does not wear much jewelry, only earrings and bangles. When Ma Parvati comes, she is very quiet. From the time that the gods first gave me darshan more than 12 years ago, they have looked the same. There has been no change at all. Time is of no relevance with God. What control can time have over God? Swami and Baba have also always looked the same, except that one time when Swami gave me darshan before giving up his body in Prashanti Nilayam. He looked older and very ill. Not every time, but sometimes I get a feeling that the gods will give darshan. Then I spread out the mat in the center of the mandir. Sometimes, not always. I keep the Aarti lamp ready and place it next to Shirdi Baba's idol in the mandir. I don't know if they will come to give darshan or not. When they come, sometimes I forget what I have to do, but he always reminds me in some way. I take permission and perform the Aarti. If the gods don't come to give darshan, I don't feel disappointed. I do the Aarti in the morning. But he always reminds me in some way. I take permission and perform the Aarti. If the gods don't come to give darshan, I don't feel disappointed. I do the Aarti in the morning. Anu said, Ma, there is one thing that almost every devotee who comes to Sai Nilayam says to you. You are so fortunate to have Swami's darshan. Ma said, I do not yearn for his physical darshan. If someone says to me that they don't have the good fortune to get darshan of Swami, I say to them that it is possible to have continuous darshan of Swami. I don't need rose petals to offer at his lotus feet. He has stepped into my heart. He has transformed me and made me what I am. Is he present only when he comes and sits on his sofa in my mandir? No, he is right here, right now. I experience that every moment. He is everywhere. You asked me how I was walking after so many days of the tapa. It is him. Every step that I take, it is Him. If I walk one step, it is He who is walking. If I walk 4, it is He who is walking. Anything that I am able to do, it is He who is within me, the doer. Then where should I look for Him? His forms are different, but within me, He is the same. He resides in every particle of my body. When I suffer, He suffers within. My beloved Ma suffers more than I know. It is His love. Even if you don't see Swami with your eyes, don't think that you are not having darshan. If you are able to express the love that is within you, it is Him. Know that you are having darshan. If you are able to discharge your duties, it is Him. Know that you are having darshan. He is making me walk. That is my darshan. He makes me breathe. That is my darshan. He showed the world how I was able to do the tapa. That was my darshan. People asked me how I was doing it, and I smiled. That was my darshan. He is within me and He is beyond. Everything is His darshan. It is His grace that He comes to the mandir to give darshan. I am nothing. When I leave my house, I say, you are coming with me. You have to make me reach my destination. When I had a problem and was unable to drive, I would find Him sitting next to me. Every morning, Uncle would say, drive slowly, be careful. I would smile, thinking that he does not know that Swami is with me and I am safe. Why does He come to give me darshan? It is His grace. It is love that draws His grace. Only your love draws Him. Know that with love you can achieve anything. Know that with love you can receive anything. You can receive everything. Love is everything. I have no desire for moksha. I have no desire to be great. I don't want to be great at all in anybody's eyes. I have no desire that someone should write about me or say that I was great. No. I want to remain very small and tell the world that love is a very big thing. It is even bigger than surrender. Only if you have love will you be able to surrender, not otherwise. You will not be able to do it at all. You feel that you have surrendered and you don't have love in your heart? No, you will never be able to do it. Very often devotees ask me if it is possible for them also to have darshan of Swami. They discuss their problems with me and ask me to pray for them. And when Swami comes to give darshan, I do pray for them. But it is not necessary that he be physically present to listen to our prayers. A prayer from the heart does not take any time to reach him. But it is important for our hearts to be full of love and gratitude. That is very important. And patience? He listens, he understands. But we want instant results. It takes time. We need patience. It has happened to me too during this tapa. When I had too much pain, I would cry out to him, wanting him to give darshan. I realized that I was wrong. Is he not always with us? As we begin to feel his presence more and more, the journey of life becomes more beautiful and divine. I want to tell the readers that those who are Swami's devotees and those who are not, I want to tell them that if you are truly determined in your heart, God will come before you. Determine and persevere with all the strength in your heart. He will come. Although you may not see him, he is not far. With his grace, 84 days of the divine tapa was over. Om Shri Sai Ram, Chapter 5. Ma said, on the 12th of May 2016, when Swami came to give darshan, he asked me, how are you, my child? I said, Swami, I am fine. He asked, Are you having a headache? When I came, you were doing like this. He knocked on his forehead with his hand. I replied, A little, Swami. Swami said, Have vibhuti. He gave me vibhuti. Before getting up, Swami said, 20th, I will come. I will come and do Gaudan for your son. Immediately I asked, How, Swami? He said, You will see on that day. I was waiting eagerly to see how Swami would do the Gaudan. Many questions were coming to my mind. I thought that Swami had told me that he will come every 9th day, which would be the 21st. I wondered, is it that he will come on the night between the 20th and the 21st, as that will be the beginning of the 9th day? But Gaudan is done in the daytime. I was puzzled. It was 5 minutes past 4 on the morning of the 20th of May. I went to the washroom wondering when he would come. When I came back, Swami was sitting on his sofa. He got up immediately and said, Come, my child. I quickly wrapped my dupatta around me and held Swami's hand. In a moment, I was with him in a village. We stood in the middle of a large stretch of land. It was mostly barren, though I could see a few patches of grass in some places. I saw some very nice looking thatched huts and also a few single room houses with flat roofs at a little distance from each other. A cow and its calf were standing very close to us. They were pure white and looked very radiant. A bright red carpet was laid out on the ground on which a large round wicker basket was placed. In the basket were fruits of every possible variety. Some I had never ever seen before. Swami pointed. See, there were 4 large golden thalis placed next to the wicker basket. They were partly covered with a bright red satin cloth. There were some clothes on the first thali. I could see a beautiful golden yellow silk sari on it. On the second thali there was a piece of gold, I think about 2 inches in length, and a piece of silver of almost the same size. The symbol of Om was engraved on both. A string of white pearls was also laid out on this thali. I thought that these must be the gifts to be given with the Godan. On the third thali, there were clothes for the cow and the calf, 2 little bells and 2 necklaces made of red beads. The last thali had some straw and a banana. I exclaimed, "Oh, so beautiful!" Swami looked at me from the corner of his eye. There was no one else there. I asked, "Swami, how can this be done without my son?" He lifted his finger and said, "Wait." At that very instant, I saw that my son was standing next to Swami. He was wearing a pure white kurta pajama. He had a divine aura and his hands were folded in reverence. Very humbly, he touched Swami's feet. Swami asked him his gotra. He was quiet. Swami said, "Kaushal, high gotra." Swami handed the clothes for the calf to my son. They were of a bright gold and yellow satin fabric. Then he asked him to tie the bell and place the red necklace around the calf's neck. Swami also handed a small box of kajal to him to put in the calf's eyes. My son did everything with immense care, softly repeating the mantra, Om Sai Ram. Now Swami turned to the cow. My son lovingly caressed the cow on its back. Swami gave him similar clothes in a bigger size for the cow and also the bell and the necklace. You can imagine the cow and its calf were looking so beautiful. They were in bright yellow clothes standing next to the bright red carpet. It was a sight worth seeing. Swami asked him to feed the banana to the calf and the straw to the cow. Swami lovingly patted the calf and then the cow. He told my son to pick up the thalis with the gifts to be given with the Godan. I was watching him carefully. When I turned, I saw a couple standing next to Swami. I stared. It was the same couple to whom Swami had made me do Godan. Their child was also with them, the same child. During the time of my Godan, 5 years ago, he was in shorts. Now he had grown taller and was wearing a white dhoti kurta and a piece of cloth on his shoulder. The Brahmin was also wearing a white dhoti kurta and his wife was wearing a red sari, tied in a very different style. They were beautiful beyond words and glowing with a pure white aura. Their smiles were divine. They bent to touch my feet. Swami said to my son, "Give them the gifts and touch their feet." My son offered everything to the Brahmin and his wife and touched their feet with humility. Their child lay on the ground and touched my son's feet. When my son bent to touch Swami's feet, he said, "Touch Ma's." He touched my feet and took my blessings. Then he touched Swami's lotus feet with great reverence and took his blessings. Swami said, "Sampurna," complete. Swami blessed the couple with both his hands and lovingly patted the child. My son also patted the child. I caressed the cow and the calf. Swami said, "Do Narayan Seva." Then he said, "Come." I was holding one hand and my son was holding Swami's other hand. I reached the mandir alone. I don't know how Swami took my son home. He must have taken him back in the same way as he had brought him. With immense gratitude to our Lord, our loving Divine Mother, we did Narayan Seva in the evening. On the 21st of May, Swami and Baba came to give darshan. Swami asked, "Your son was happy?" I folded my hands and said, "Yes, Swami, everyone was happy, very happy." Shirdi Baba was sitting with a serious look on his face. He stood up, touched my feet and left. Swami blessed the dibbis and the letters that were on his table. I don't know what is written in them because I never opened the letters. I only keep them before Swami. When I handed one of the envelopes to Swami, he took it and opened it. Inside it there were 2 letters and one was addressed to me marked Neelamji. He handed the letter to me saying, "Neelamji, your letter." Then he got up, blessed me and left. I knew that Swami and Shirdi Baba would not come for the next 8 days. During the gap of those 8 days, sometimes I felt alone. I did not know what to do, where to go. I felt like running away. I would consider running out of the house or taking the car and going away for some time. But I could barely walk. Often I would hear the sound of footsteps. Sometimes I would hear the sound coming from near the balcony door and at times from the other door. Every now and then I heard the tinkle of the lid on his silver glass or the sound of his footstool moving. Once I heard someone clearing their throat. I could not sleep. I would be up, so I did feel a bit afraid. I wondered who it was. I reassured myself that the door was shut, so if someone was outside, they could not come in. I did not open the door to check. I switched off the lights and sat down. There was only the faint light of the oil lamp. I tried to hear from which side the sound was coming. I switched off the air conditioner so that I could hear clearly. Then there would be no sound for a long time. Maybe it was Swami making me feel that he was with me. During those days, I would be in the mandir from 9:30 p.m. till 6 a.m. You can imagine how long I was there. When I retired for the night, I would begin to get anxious. I would go through messages and emails to pass time. After some time, I would get fed up of doing that. I did not feel like listening to music. Then I would begin to cry. I cried till I could not cry anymore. I felt lighter. I kept thinking, what should I do? What should I do? I would sit down quietly for a while and then pick up my phone again. The children would call me at that time. Minnie would call to ask how I was before she retired for the night. Mickey would call and read out the Ashtotra Namavali to me. Niharika would call after work to ask if I was all right. Nivedita would also call every day. Sometimes she would ask, "Auntie, are you suppressing your pain?" I would say, "No, not at all." Sometimes she would ask, "Auntie, are you suppressing your pain?" I would say, "No, not at all." A few times it happened that after talking to her, I would put the phone down but forget to switch it off. She would hold the phone for long, listening to my cries and praying for me. When she thought that I was a bit settled, she would call back and talk to me soothingly, trying to make me feel better. The nights went by in this way. The most I slept was for an hour. Sometimes I slept for only 15 minutes at night. I would have barely slept in the morning when Uncle would call from outside. "Neelu, can you make tea?" I did not tell him that I had just slept. I would get up and go out. The day would start. I would read the newspaper, put the clothes to wash, and see to the kitchen. It was early morning on the 4th of June, the 108th day of the Tapa, and the 8th day since the last darshan. I don't know what time it was. I had been in unbearable pain in every possible way. It was impossible for me to sit. I was in agony, rolling from one side to the other on the floor. Suddenly, I felt that the mandir had lit up. I half opened my eyes and looked up through my tears. The gods were there. Narayana Bhagavan, Ma Lakshmi, Bhagavan Shiva, Ma Parvati, Shirdi Baba, and Swami. I also saw something strange looking. I could not make out what it was, but it was very bright. I was opening and closing my eyes again and again. I was not expecting to have darshan as it was not the 9th day. I tried to sit up. Ma Lakshmi said, "Keep lying down." But I was not able to. I sat up very slowly, reached for my dupatta and folded my hands. Narayana Bhagwan, Ma Lakshmi, Bhagwan Shiva, Ma Parvati, Swami and Shirdi Baba were there. And a strange light. It was in a very unfamiliar shape. And it was lighting up the mandir very beautifully. Narayana Bhagwan said, "What is happening to you, Devi?" I said, "Nothing, Bhagwan." He said, "Nothing? You are lying." I was having a lot of pain in my stomach. I said, "No, there is no pain." Bhagwan Shiva gave me the holy water from his kamandal. Some water fell on the floor also as he was pouring it into my mouth. Then he sprinkled the water on me. After that, I got a little strength. I bent to touch the lotus feet of Narayana Bhagavan. Ma Lakshmi held me and said, "Get up, Devi. You are suffering a lot. No one will be able to do it. We are watching you every day." Swami was moving his hands in his typical gesture, and Baba was standing with his head bowed. Bhagwan Shiva said, "Tell me, where is the pain?" I said, "Bhagwan, I don't have pain. I'm fine." He said, "See how she's going through so much suffering and still smiling? A slight smile is there to deceive us." He said, "How? With a smile she's telling us that there is no pain? We have never seen anything like this before." He said, "And Devi, you still call out to me? You still worship me? I'm here only. I'm always here only." He said, "You pour water on the shivling and drink it. I turn it into amritam for you, Devi. This is your miracle. Yours. This that you are walking. It is a miracle of that amritam. In so much suffering also you don't stop doing what you have to do. You must do it, whatever happens. Then you call out to us. Your voice and your cries, they reach all of us. And you say that you have no pain? You stand up and with a smile you look at us, as though you have no desire except to complete your tapa." Ma Lakshmi said, "She does not think of herself. She thinks of others. She does not do anything for herself. She does for others. And to him who forgets his own problems and does for others, we give darshan at that very moment." They were talking to each other. I was standing in the center with my hands folded. They were talking for my sake. When one spoke, the other gods listened. Narayana Bhagwan said, "How should we sing your praises?" Swami said, "I bow my head before you, my child." Shirdi Baba was standing with his head bowed. He was feeling helpless that he could not do anything to help me. The god said, "Come, Devi, let us go." I was in a bit of pain. Ma Lakshmi extended her hand to help me, but I thought that I should try to get up myself. Slowly I stood up. She took my hand, and almost instantly with the gods I was floating in the air. In a moment we approached what seemed to me a huge and unimaginably magnificent palace. As I stood before the grand entrance, Ma Lakshmi said to me, "Come ahead, Devi." I went and stood by her side. There were two huge, very thick gold and copper doors with many big and round gold knobs. The doors were open towards the inside. Ma Lakshmi stepped in first. I remember that there was a kind of a riser at the threshold. It must have been about 6 inches high. Ma Lakshmi took my hand and helped me cross it safely. I was feeling that I was one of them and was behaving in a very normal manner. As I stepped in, almost immediately I stopped. I held my breath. It was so beautiful. I stared, speechless. I had never seen anything so grand. I know only from what I have seen in films or from my imagination what a palace should look like. We cannot even imagine anything like this. It was breathtakingly beautiful, but more than that, it was so pure and so sacred. It had a divine quality that cannot be described. The floor was golden in color. There were several gold pillars in the hall from the floor to the ceiling. These pillars were clad all around with curved mirrors, and they were reflecting everything from all sides. There were huge gold pots placed on high stands in all the corners of the huge hall. They were shining very brightly from far. Everything was golden in color, even the walls. There were many exquisite glass chandeliers hanging from the high ceiling. They were all lit up and looking so sublime. I cannot tell you. Several long and narrow mirrors were hanging on the walls, from the ceiling to the floor, at a little distance from each other. They were very high but not wide. In fact, maybe not more than 15 inches wide. They had golden frames. The massive doors on both sides were decorated with gold-colored curtains tied with tassels. Soon after we entered, some men began to walk in a line from the huge door on the side of the hall. They were only men, no women. They were in white clothes and had a very pure and beautiful aura. Their faces were very still and glowing brightly. They were walking to the center of the hall in a very orderly manner. I saw that they were wearing a white angavastram over their white dhotis. It was worn around their shoulders in a manner in which they were fully covered. They all had the Tripundra mark in sandalwood paste on their forehead. I felt that they must be some very pure and elevated souls. They began to sit down in neat rows on the golden mat that was laid out for them. The mat was very long and was winding around to form neat rows for the men to sit on. They began to sit down in neat rows on the golden mat that was laid out for them. The mat was very long and was winding around to form neat rows for the men to sit on. Large golden thalis and golden glasses were placed very neatly before them at an equal distance from each other. The god said, "Today we will serve a feast." When I first saw the men seated there with the thalis before them, I wondered if there was going to be a Narayana Seva. I had always thought that only the poor are fed for Narayana Seva, and they did not seem poor to me. I wondered how many men there were. Narayana Bhagwan looked at them and asked me, "Did you count how many men there are?" I said, "No, Bhagavan." Bhagavan said 153. At the center of the hall, there was a very impressive reclining seat placed in the center, facing the entrance. Narayana Bhagwan walked to the majestic seat and sat down there. Ma Lakshmi said, "Now I will serve everyone." By her side was a man holding a big golden utensil with the prasadam that had to be served. It was divided into 4 sections. There was rice in the first, mixed vegetables in the second, some lentils in the third, and rice pudding in the 4th section. Each section had a big golden serving spoon. There was a big hook above the utensil which was held by a rod, also of golden color. The man was holding the rod, carrying the weight of the utensil. From this utensil, Ma Lakshmi began to serve. With her own hands, she gave the first morsel of food to the first person sitting in the front row. Then she asked me to give the second one, which I did. Row by row, Ma Lakshmi went and gave a morsel to each and every person sitting there. Everyone was watching her serve. I looked at Narayana Bhagwan very intently. He was watching everything that was going on. A man wearing a white dhoti came towards Ma Lakshmi. He was carrying a big golden thali in his hands. There was a heap of gold coins on the thali. Ma Lakshmi also gave 1 coin to each of the men. The coin was neither round, nor square, nor rectangular. It was in the shape of something, but I could not make out what. Ma Parvati, Shirdi Baba, and Swami were also serving the prasadam. A few men were accompanying them with the serving utensils. Ma Lakshmi and Ma Parvati were serving together. Ma Lakshmi was in an exquisite red, pink, and gold sari. Ma Parvati's sari was a beautiful blue and gold. All the men touched their feet in reverence. First Ma Lakshmi's, then Ma Parvati's. Bhagwan Shiva was serving the holy water to everyone from his kamandal. While they were serving, I looked up and I held my breath. All the golden pillars in the hall that were clad with the mirrors were reflecting the images of the gods as they were serving the prasadam. All the mirrors hanging on the walls were reflecting the beauty, the glory, and the magnificence of the gods. Everywhere I looked, I saw the reflection. I was filled with gratitude. I was saturated with bliss. I could not stop the tears flowing down my face. The men poured some water from their golden glasses into their hands, sprinkled it around their thalis, folded their hands in prayer, and began to eat. After everyone had eaten, Ma Lakshmi said, "Devi, this feast was for your 153-day tapa, so that you remain satisfied and your hunger slowly reduces." Narayana Bhagwan stood up, raised both his hands and said, "Prasthan, depart." As soon as he said this, everyone got up and began to file out quickly. After everyone had left, Narayana Bhagwan came to me and he said, "Devi, are you happy? You are very fond of feeding. You like to feed everyone. How did you like it?" I said, "Bhagwan, I liked it a lot. Though I was in pain, I felt truly blessed." Bhagwan said, "Devi, now there is a lot of suffering for you, just like you have done during the previous days. Do the rest also. The last 36 days that are going to start soon are going to be very painful for you. You will need a lot of strength. We all bow before your strength. We have never seen, nor will we ever see, anything like this." I don't know from where I got the courage to speak. I said, "Bhagwan, this is not my strength. This is your strength. You are giving me the strength. I often wonder who I am. Am I who I am? If not, then who am I? I don't feel that I am who I am." The gods were now standing before me. They smiled. I said, "You say that no one will be able to do this, and I say that it is all your grace. But I don't feel that this, what is happening, I am doing it. Who is doing it? Am I who I am? I am not able to understand, but I will not question you because I have never questioned you." They smiled and said, "Come, Devi, let us go." Ma Lakshmi said, "Come ahead, Devi." I hesitated. She said again, "Come." I moved ahead. No one was by my side. I was floating in the air. I turned around to see. The gods were behind me. They were looking at each other and talking. It was such a beautiful scene. At that time, I didn't feel that there is any difference between me and them. I felt that I'm also like them. They were talking and I was listening to their conversation, feeling blissful. While I was floating, I don't know when I began to feel afraid. I began to feel that I was myself again. I wondered if the gods were coming, so I turned around to look. They were behind me talking and smiling. Swami came to me and gave me his hand, and then Shirdi Baba also came and gave me his hand. They took me to my mandir and left me there. While leaving, Baba touched my feet. I sat for very long, reliving the beautiful experience. I forgot my pain. I thought how fortunate that person is for whom the pure souls were served a feast by the gods. I closed my eyes and folded my hands in eternal gratitude to my loving Ma. Anu said, "While I was writing about this wonderful experience, I was trying to recreate the celestial scene in my mind. From her narration, I could only try to imagine the beauty of the magnificent palace and the sanctity of the divine feast. I wondered how Ma was dressed for the occasion. I called and asked. Ma said, "When I am in the mandir at night, I am in my shirt and pajamas, but I keep a dupatta next to me. As soon as Swami comes, I wrap it around me. Many times I have gone like that for darshan of Vaikunta, but when I reached the palace for the feast, I was surprised to see that I was wearing a sari. It was a gold silk sari. You know, the tissue-like fabric? I was wearing gold jewelry. I never wear so much jewelry. I don't think that I have worn so much jewelry since I got married. I was wearing a long gold necklace. I felt that Ma Lakshmi had dressed me up. My hair was tied back in a bun. I was looking very different. The noble souls who were being served were looking at me with respectful curiosity, as though wondering who I was. Ma Lakshmi looked at me and said, "Devi, you are looking very beautiful. Go and look at yourself in the mirror." When Ma Lakshmi told me to go and see myself in the mirror, I thought, how can I go? Bhagwan is standing there. Am I going to go and see myself in the mirror? How can I go? If Ma is saying so, then I must be looking beautiful. I felt flustered and a bit awkward. Anu said, "Ma, did you have pain during the feast?" It wasn't that when all this was happening, I was normal. No, the pain was always there. Sometimes I would hold my stomach and try to suppress it. Then Ma Lakshmi would glance sideways at me. I would immediately straighten up. My pain continued through everything that happened. Whether I was with Swami, Baba, or Narayana Bhagwan, I would not let the pain show on my face. But of course, they knew everything. Nothing is hidden from them. With His grace, 108 days of the divine Tapa were over. Om Sai Ram. Om Shri Sai Ram. Chapter 6. Ma said, a week before the final phase of the tapa was to begin, Swami asked me again if I would be able to bear the intense suffering of the last 36 days. That morning, Shirdi Baba had come with Swami to give darshan. Baba sat on the floor and Swami sat on his sofa. As I touched his lotus feet, Swami said, "My child, you are looking very weak. The suffering ahead is going to be too much. Are you going to be able to bear it?" I said, "Swami, when you are with me, then why not? I can suffer." He said, "No, my child, it will be too much." What could I say? I did not say anything. I did not ask him how it will be too much for me. I sat before him with my hands folded. Swami raised his hand and moved his fingers as though writing in the air. On his picture next to his sofa, the symbol of Om began to form. Swami was at some distance from the picture, and some vibhuti fell on the floor too. In the same way, Swami made a trishul on that picture. Then he sang the bhajan, Devi Bhavani Ma. I was immersed in Ananda. Baba's eyes were also shut, and he was swaying to the bhajan. Baba's eyes, Swami repeated the first 2 or 3 lines many times. Then he said, "My child, think again. Now it is going to be very tough." I said, "I will do it, Swami." He said, "Give me water." I picked up his glass and offered it to him. He drank all the water. Later, I saw that a few drops were left, which I had as prasadam. I offered him the letters that had been lying on his table for many days now, but he said, "Not today." Shirdi Baba came to me and said, "Ma, I want to wash your feet." Swami smiled. I was sitting quietly, unable to say anything. Feeling shy and hesitant, I gathered my feet a little closer to myself like a pigeon. I was sitting. Baba created the same earthen glass in which he gives me water to drink. He filled it with water that flowed from his fingers and carefully poured it on my feet. He asked me to put my feet forward so that he could wash them properly. Not much water had fallen, but he took what he could gather with his hands and drank it. He rubbed my feet very gently and said, "Ma, you are blessed. You are blessed, Ma. Please take care of yourself." I said, "Who am I to take care of myself, Baba? You are there to take care of me. I have never thought that I have to take care of myself. You will look after me." Shirdi Baba and Swami smiled. While Baba was washing my feet, I noticed Swami's picture where he had made the Om symbol and the Trishul. An image was also taking shape there, but it was incomplete. Now Swami was moving his hands in his typical gesture. Baba was sitting on the floor looking sad again. Baba said, "Ma, I don't feel like going." I said, "Baba, where are you going? You are here. Swami is also here, and you are also here. And you are one. It is I who is seeing 2 forms. Some may go to Patti and others may go to Shirdi. But you are one, Baba." Baba did not say anything. He moved his robe a little and got up. Swami was still sitting on his sofa, so I did not get up when Baba stood up. Baba said, "Get up, Ma." I raised myself up slowly. Baba kept his hand on my head and touched my feet. He left. Swami sat for a short while and then he too left. In the morning, I saw that the image on the picture was complete. It seemed to be an image of Narayana Bhagavan. I would go out in the mandir in the morning to buy milk and do abhishekam in the temple. Then I would go for a drive or to buy medicines for uncle. I would try to make myself feel light. While driving, I observed people on the road and noted their expressions. I looked at the people out for their morning walk and saw the stress on their faces. I noticed the women rushing to work in other people's houses. I wondered how much work they would have done in their own homes before leaving. I looked at the joggers running on the road and wondered how despite running so much they were so fat. I looked at the stray animals on the roads. I listened to soft music while driving. As I approached the temple, I would begin to recite the Shiva Rudrashtakam. One morning, as I left the temple and turned into the side lane, I saw an old man walking down the road. He was very tall. I wondered if it was Baba. I stopped my car and looked closely. He did not look like Baba. He looked at me. Just then, a vendor pushing a hand cart crossed the road. Then the old man made a gesture with his hand to indicate that he wanted to eat. I saw that the cart had bananas on it, though they were a bit overripe. I bought 6 bananas, paid the man, and asked him to go. I thought that maybe the old man was Shirdi Baba, so I respectfully offered him all the bananas and said, "Please have." He picked 3 bananas and sat under a tree to eat. I said, "Please have some more." He said, "No, go and give in the temple." I said, "What?" And as I looked up at him, I saw that his face had changed. He was indeed Shirdi Baba. He was looking very nice in white clothes. He looked at me and there was so much love in his eyes. I forgot my problems. He was smiling. I wondered, does he follow me wherever I go? Does he keep an eye on me? Does he guard me? He said, "What you are thinking is correct." Anu asked, "Ma, were there other people around at that time?" Yes, they were. They were going about their business, but my attention was on Baba, so I did not note what was happening around me. After eating, Baba stood up and sprinkled vibhuti on the ground while turning around on the same spot. I folded my hands, and as I bent to touch his feet, he stopped me. Then he was gone. I looked at the vibhuti that he had sprinkled on the ground and at the banana peels that were lying there. I touched the peels, picked up the vibhuti and applied it on my forehead. Then I clicked some pictures and called you. Anu said, "Ma called me and said, 'Come in the evening, I have to show you something.' That evening I went with Ma to that spot where Baba had given darshan. The banana peels were still lying on the ground under the tree. A lot of vibhuti was also sprinkled there. I picked up the peels to hold them in my hands for a while and applied some vibhuti on my forehead. We stood there for some time, feeling his presence, and then drove back. It was around 3:30 a.m. on the 14th of June, the first day of the final phase of the Tapa. I had a severe headache and cramps in my stomach. My left leg and arm were numb, and my right leg was hurting very badly. My throat was very dry. I hopped to the refrigerator on one leg and took out a bottle of water, but it slipped from my hands and rolled away to a corner. I let it be and hopped back to the mandir. As I fell on my mattress, I felt that Swami had come. He was sitting on his sofa. Shirdi Baba entered through the balcony door. I wanted to go near Swami's sofa but had so much pain in my stomach that I could not move. Swami asked me to keep sitting. Shirdi Baba was standing near me with his hands behind his back, not really angry but very disturbed. Baba lifted his right hand and pointing to me, he asked, "What is this?" He looked at Swami and repeated, "What is this?" Swami did not say anything. Baba said, "Get up, Ma." I was unable to get up. Now both my legs were numb. Swami got up from his sofa and came to me. He gave me his hand and said, "Get up, my child." I got up with a lot of difficulty. My left leg was still numb and I was very unsteady. Shirdi Baba said, "See, she is not even complaining. She is not saying anything. She is trying to get up." Swami said, "She will be fine. Nothing has happened." Baba walked away looking very disturbed. Swami left soon after looking calm. I thought that I should rub my feet and see if it will help. I stretched my legs a little and began to rub them vigorously. All of a sudden, I got a bad bout of cough, and as I got up to get some water, I realized that I was able to walk. I thanked Swami. I took the bottle of water and sat down on my mattress talking to myself. After some time, I was very drowsy and fell asleep. I must have slept for a few minutes when Uncle called out to me. One more night was over and another day had begun. I completed my morning chores and went to work. That day, I had planned to feed 36 people at lunchtime. When I was driving back from work at lunchtime, I crossed the same tree where Shirdi Baba had given darshan earlier. He was sitting there. I quickly stopped my car, got off and walked up to the tree. I folded my hands and stood before him. He said, "First give me what you're going to feed everyone." I said, "Baba, I'm going to collect the food from the shop. Please come with me." Baba said, "No, I'm waiting. You bring it here." It took me about half an hour to get the food packed and come back. Baba had changed his appearance. An old man was sitting there. He was wearing the same white dress with a white scarf, but his face had also changed. Along with the food, I had also bought 2 apples and a bottle of water for Baba. I went to him and asked him to come and have the prasadam in the car. He refused. I said, "No, Baba, please sit with me in the car and eat." He came and sat on the front seat sideways with his feet outside the car. I was standing outside watching him eat. He told me that it was very tasty. I felt so happy. I said, "Baba, today I have to do Narayana Seva, but this was the biggest Narayana Seva. Baba, today you had the prasadam." Baba said, "They are the real Narayana, whom you are going to feed." As I was giving the apples to him, he said, "Why this?" I said, "Baba, this is prasadam." Baba opened his headscarf. I had never seen him remove the scarf earlier. He wrapped the apples in his scarf and tied it with a knot. Then he walked away. I've offered the remaining 35 packets of food to the drivers, the watchmen, the cleaning staff, and the women who came to work in the building. Everyone enjoyed the prasadam. I stopped feeling hungry during the last 36 days. I had unbearable pain in my body and many other problems, but I did not feel hungry. Also, I began to have less water. During the last 36 days, the pain was similar, but so much beyond tolerance that I felt I could not bear it. I used to shout loudly, pleading with Swami to make me all right. I would pray, "Please stop the pain, Swami." One night I was crying loudly and calling out to him in misery. Swami came and sat on his sofa. I was crying loudly. He said, Stop the tapa." I sat up absolutely erect. Forgetting all my problems, I folded my hands and pleaded with him. "No, Swami, I can do it. I can do it. Swami, I'm very close to completing my journey. How can I stop? But without your strength, I am nothing without you. I have no strength. I will do it, Swami." Swami began to cry. His eyes were moist and he was wiping his tears with the sleeves of his robe. I felt that I had given pain to him. I had to be strong. I stopped shouting and screaming. I only chanted loudly, "Om Namah Shivaya." As my chanting became more and more intense, I noticed that the vibhuti on the Om, the Trishul, and the image on the photograph became more dense. I would have excruciating pain in my left arm and would hit it hard with my fist, hoping that it would help. The pain would start from my heart and go to my arm. I would hold myself and cry. There would be times when I would begin to feel self-pity, but I would stop myself and never allow that to happen. One night I thought that I should call you, but then I told myself that I had to be strong. I had started to feel a bit afraid of this pain. I thought that if something happened to me, my tapa would be left incomplete. During the tapa, I was not concerned about my body. I did not think about the pain or what consequences it could have. Many times, if someone reminded me, I would ignore it. As soon as the pain was over, I would put it behind me. My only concern was that I should be fine so that I could see the next day through. I never felt that I could not or should not do something. If I would have stopped doing my daily chores, I would have been laid up in bed. He made me do all my duties. Sometimes I had to do some things quietly without letting anyone know. I felt that the more I kept myself busy, the more I would be distracted from my problems. I would like to say that sorrow or suffering, whether it is of the body or of any other kind, has to be borne when it comes. Then why not bear it with love? We have to bear the consequences of karma. But if we accept the suffering with love and leave it to Him, it is my experience that maybe not at that time, but at some time He finishes it. It does take time, but today we are always looking at the time. Everything should be done fast. No, because if we have left the consequences of our karma to God, then He will do as He deems right. We don't have to question Him, asking, when will you do it? Why are you not doing it? Why is it taking so long? If we are able to do this and surrender at His lotus feet, God Himself will, at the time He deems right, relieve us of our suffering. We have to be patient without complaining. We must keep the faith. I know that this journey was full of suffering for me, but with a smile and without complaint, aligning each step of mine with His, I was determined to do it. So it became easier. Every night, as I would enter the mandir, I would feel that I am going near God. So let me make myself fit to be near Him. In my lovely little mandir, I get peace. I relaxed. I cried all I wanted, then I felt light. I knew that Swami was listening. Often I smiled and said to him, "Your child will do it, my beloved Ma, and you will be by my side, I know." Then I felt light. I knew that Swami was listening. Often I smiled and said to him, "Your child will do it, my beloved Ma, and you will be by my side, I know." I have given love to all those who have come to Sai Nilayam. Devotion to Swami is the basis of my life. Everyone behaves differently. I know sometimes their attitude is not right, but I don't feel any different towards them. I have, with love, tried to draw them towards Swami. Devotees come to the mandir with many problems. During the tapa, though I had pain, I tried to listen to everyone's problems. Initially, they hesitated, saying that they knew what I was doing, that I was doing the tapa. They were concerned and asked me if they should wait till my tapa was over, but they were very eager to talk to me. I listened. I feel that if I listen, maybe they will get some relief. I try to give hope and peace. I tell them to keep faith and that everything will be fine. In my pain and suffering, when I listened to their problems and gave them hope, I saw their worried expressions change to those of relief. I got a lot of ananda. Sometimes it's a mother worrying for her child or a daughter concerned about her mother. We are all His children. We cry before Him. They feel that with my support they can overcome their problems because Swami gives darshan to me. They feel that I will place their prayers before Swami and then maybe their suffering will reduce. I only pray, He takes care. Before I took this tapa from Swami, he told me in detail what it was for and why it had to be done. He also told me about all the problems and the suffering that would be a part of this tapa. Swami said, "It cannot be said with any certainty whether it will be possible to complete it successfully." Though he was saying this, I did not have any doubt. I was convinced that he is with me. I will be able to do it. Swami was saying that I will not be able to do it, but I was confident that if I started, I will complete it. He lifted his shoulders and shrugged, as though conveying that he was helpless, since I was not listening to him. I was a little taken aback. I looked at him for a moment. At that instant, I had a doubt. I thought, is it that Swami does not want me to do this? Or is it that he knows that I will make a mistake? My determination became stronger. I resolved that I will transform this tapa into a mahatapa. I resolved that I will not make any mistake. I decided that I will do it with so much purity that a mistake will not be possible. I was determined. I started with a lot of caution. Much before the tapa began, Swami had told me I have to do it. But every time he came to give darshan, he would say, "It is impossible to do this, my child." I want to ask why anything is impossible when Swami is there. Why? Swami would tell me everything about the suffering. I would say, "Okay, Swami, even then I will do it. I will complete it, Swami. I will show you. With your grace, I will not make any mistake during the tapa. And if I do, I will tell you in my prayers." I prayed, "Swami, please don't make me commit a mistake, because it is you who makes us commit mistakes, so that we may stray and leave the path." Sri Krishna also made the Pandavas make many mistakes. You test us. When we make a mistake, we get disheartened, and then you make us give up, saying that we cannot do it. With love in my heart, every night I would sit in the mandir and plan how to do it so that I may complete it and show him. I was determined not to make a mistake. I was very happy that I was close to the end of my journey. The last few days were left. My problems increased. I don't know what time of the night it was, but it must have been between 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. It was dark in the mandir. I was sitting on my mattress. I picked up my phone to see the time. I could make out that the light of the phone had come on, but I was not able to see anything. I strained my eyes hard, but there was just a haze. I tried to feel around me with my hands, my bed, the walls and the floor. I was alarmed and was on the verge of tears. Just then there was a strong fragrance of roses in the mandir. I heard Swami's footsteps. I heard the sound of the footstool moving. I had not put the lights on, but there was light in the mandir. I knew that Swami had come. I dragged myself in the direction of his sofa. I sat there with my hands folded. Swami said, "Stop it. Now you will not do it." I said, "No, Swami, I will do it." He said, "You can't see." I said, "Swami, I can see you." I could not see, but I rubbed my eyes lightly and I lied. "I can see you, Swami." Swami said, "You are lying. You can't see me." I said softly, "Swami, I can see you with my heart." Swami did not say anything. He placed his hand on my head and asked me to open my mouth. He poured the water from his glass into my mouth and gave me vibhuti. He said, "Go back." Everything around me was hazy. I said, "Swami, please let me complete my tapa. Please give me strength, Swami. I want to be able to see in the morning." I held his lotus feet. Swami patted me very lovingly on my back and said, "Go." I dragged myself in the direction of my mattress and sat on the floor. I sat there for long, still not being able to see much. I heard Swami leave. I wondered what I would do if I could not see. I sat fixed as a stone. I told myself, it's all right if I lose my eyesight. At least I will be able to complete my tapa. I repeatedly opened and shut my eyes and began to feel very restless. Suddenly, I felt suffocated and began to panic. I quickly shut my eyes and began to chant, "Om Namah Shivaya." I was chanting very loudly, but Uncle did not hear me or get up. When I stopped chanting and opened my eyes, it was as if I never had any problem in my eyes. They were absolutely normal. Swami was not there, but I could see all his pictures clearly. I cried with relief, thanking Swami with all my heart. I looked at the time. I must have chanted continuously for at least 2.5 hours. I looked out of the door. It was morning. When he gave me back my sight, I was so relieved. I thanked Swami. "Oh my Lord, my most wonderful loving Ma." I would think that no one should ever blame Swami or feel that if Swami is God, then why I was going through this suffering. I wanted everyone to see that I am well and keep their faith. Every morning I would feel happy that I was fine. I would dress up well, with style, take a selfie and send it to my mother. Then I would call her up and ask how I was looking. She would sound surprised. Neelu, you are looking absolutely fine. I felt happy and relieved that she was satisfied. I would also send my pictures to my children. They live far away and they too felt relieved that I was fine. Anu asked, Ma, please tell us about the kind of pain and physical problems that you had during this tapa. In the morning, I felt a strange hollowness. My stomach had shrunk. There was nothing inside, completely empty. As my hunger pangs grew during the day, my headache became worse and I began to get cramps in my stomach. In the afternoon, when I was returning from work, I felt so hungry that I wanted to cry. I kept suppressing everything and tolerating it, not wanting to show anyone how much I was suffering. I chanted Om Namah Shivaya and waited for the pain to reduce. I tried to keep myself busy in the day and continued to do my daily chores. I threw myself fully into what I was doing and did it with a lot of intensity to distract myself from my problems. Often, when I was cooking, I would be so absorbed in it that I'd pick up hot utensils with bare hands and burn myself. Sometimes, when I was driving, my legs suddenly became numb and I could not drive. However much I tried, I could not press the accelerator or the brakes. Sometimes a thick haze surrounded me and I was unable to see anything. On some days, darkness would envelop me. I would sit wherever I was and pray to Swami. After some time, it would clear up on its own. With Swami's grace, the days passed. It was very, very difficult. I would wait for the night when I could go to the mandir and cry. When I would go to the mandir for the night, I would break down. I would cry my heart out before Swami. I would place all my suffering of the day at his lotus feet. The hunger, the cramps, the headache, and all my other problems would gradually begin to increase around midnight. It would become unbearable around 2 a.m. It used to become so severe that I used to think that something had gone wrong in my body, that there was some medical problem. I would chant Om Namah Shivaya for long. Sometimes I used to have very severe pain on the sides of my stomach. I had a lot of vibhuti hoping that my hunger would subside. How do I say how it was? How much water I would drink? I was fed up of having water. Sometimes when I had water, I felt very nauseous. Many times I retched, but nothing would come up. During the last 36 days, I had to drag myself to the washroom several times in the night. I would pass water in my motion, and the restlessness, oh, it was so unbearable. I would get up with a start and run wildly in the house without seeing where I was going. Many times I hurt myself. It was worse when I wanted to run but was not able to move. I wanted to hold something very tight, but there was so much pain in the arms. I pulled hard at my hair in misery. I wondered if I was going insane. Then I remembered him and waited for the morning when the pain would reduce. During the latter part of the tapa, I did not feel hungry and was not aware if I had any craving for salt. There were much bigger problems to be seen too. My physical strength had reduced a lot. My body would become numb. The pain used to be so much that I used to hit myself hard with my fists. I hit the walls of the mandir with my fists. One day I hit my head on the wall in frustration. I don't know how I did not hurt myself. My body would ache very badly from the blows. I would cry, "Ma, what is happening? What is happening, Ma? What is happening?" When I felt something rising up my throat, I was not able to breathe and would begin to choke. During the day, I waited for the night, and when night came, it was unimaginable misery. Ma was crying. Now that I'm remembering everything, I'm crying. Otherwise, I don't think about the pain and the suffering. It is His grace that I am fine. I noted that in my family, as well as in the other devotees who came to Sai Nilayam, faith in Swami was growing day by day. I was happy that everyone was doing Namasmaranam. They were also doing Parayanam of the 18th chapter of A Divine Life. Everyone has problems, and so many people are unhappy. Very rarely do I see that people are happy and content. So I tell everyone that they in turn tell others to do Parayanam of the 18th chapter which Swami has blessed for wish fulfillment. I get to hear back from them telling me that they did Parayanam and many of their problems were solved. They tell me they are happy and feel very close to Swami. This gives me so much ananda. This divine tapa is a symbol of love, because without love you cannot sacrifice. You cannot give up anything. Many people believe in Swami and have full faith in Him, but not many are able to sacrifice, put others before self. Also, without love, you cannot surrender to Him. Sometimes people come to me after bhajan on Thursday. They tell me their problems, though many times they are minor ones. My headache does not go. My child does not study. I am not able to sit on the floor. My legs hurt, or I can't come for bhajan. There is a problem at home. If we pray and leave these problems to Him, He will certainly take care. The most important thing is love. Not love at certain times, but love at all times. Love is such a wonderful thing. It will stand by you at all times, during all problems, suffering, anger, pain. If you are feeling angry, resort to love. Anger will go. If you have pain, take refuge in love. Pain will go. This is our biggest step towards Him. The second step is patience. We need patience. Without patience, nothing is possible. Some yogis might have done tapa like these, but they leave their homes. They control themselves through yoga. But here there was no yoga. There was dependence only on Him and surrender only to Him. So striving on this path with patience, one step at a time, I am moving ahead on my journey towards my Lord. I am not perfect. Yes, I have patience and I can sacrifice. But sometimes I must be making mistakes. I can't say. God has made us human, and as human beings we are bound to make mistakes. Once I said to Swami, "Swami, everyone makes mistakes. No one is perfect." Swami said, "No human being can be perfect. I make mistakes sometimes. Sometimes I get angry. I have never considered myself to be perfect. Even after receiving so much grace, I am not perfect. But to come close to God, it is not a prerequisite to be perfect. We have to show Him how much we can do for Him. The spiritual path is full of suffering, but in my life, I have done it in a simple way. I have kept it to myself. I did what I had to do without making a show of it. Swami has given me many beautiful messages which I have noted down. There are hundreds. Through these messages, Swami has changed me. Even if we follow one message, we can change ourselves. He told me not to share these messages with anyone yet. But in indirect ways, I have tried to convey the message behind His words to those who come to me. Some people have changed, some may have not. Some want to change and are trying. It is not possible for us to change others. It has to come from within. Anu said, We had put up a large picture of Swami outside the mandir on the 6th of July 2016 in preparation for Guru Purnima on the 19th of July. Whenever Ma puts a picture of Swami outside the mandir, he goes out to look at it. So, before she went to the mandir for the night, Ma spread out a sari to make a path for Swami to walk on the next morning. On the morning of the 7th, when Swami and Shirdi Baba came to give darshan, Ma was in a very bad shape. She had fallen on the floor and had been lying there for some time. She wanted to open the door for them, but Baba said, "Keep lying down." After a few minutes, she got up and opened the door to go out. Swami and Baba walked on the path and stood before the picture for some time, admiring it. Ma looked at the picture and said, "Swami, you are looking so beautiful." Swami looked at Ma and said, "Not more beautiful than you, my child. Everything is dull in front of you." Then he moved his hands in his typical gesture. As they were going back to the mandir, Ma fell down. Baba helped her to get up, took her in, and made her sit down. Ma placed her head on her knees. The pain was unbearable. They blessed Ma, and then they left. With his grace, 13 days of the divine Tapa were left. Om Sai Ram. Om Shri Sai Ram. Chapter 7. Ma. There was a feeling of joy and excitement. It was the 17th of July and only 3 days were left. I was fine in the morning but did not go to work as everyone was insisting that I stay home. I completed my household chores and dressed up well. Niharika had come to Lucknow the previous day. Veerji, my elder brother Ashok, and Nivedita and Karan were coming that day. I was very excited that everyone was coming. I got flowers and lit diyas. I felt so happy to see my brother and the children. Whenever Veerji called me during the tapa, he would always say that he was ready to come whenever I needed him. When he came, I hugged him and said that I was going to reach my destination soon. I can't tell you how happy I felt to see Karan and Nivedita. I hugged Nivedita and we both had tears in our eyes. We chatted for a long time. That night, I went to the mandir early and began Namasmaranam, but was not able to do it properly. I prayed, "Swami, only 2 days are left. Please give me strength." I began to feel the numbness in my legs. The pain spread very quickly to my chest, my heart and arms. There was nothing but pain, unbearable pain. I was breathing with a lot of difficulty. I was very afraid. I was wondering whether I should call you or not. Then I thought, I will wait and maybe it will settle down. Just then, Miki called. She read out the Ashtotra Namavali to me. I listened but had too much pain. I felt like running away somewhere. The pain was excruciating. Everywhere I felt that I was not going to survive. I was wondering when Swami would come. I saw that it was only 11:45 p.m. I kept my phone in my hand just in case I needed to call. It was around 1 a.m. when Shirdi Baba entered the mandir. I was so relieved to see him. I thought that now that he was here, whatever had to happen would happen. After a few minutes, Swami came. As soon as Swami came, Baba put his hand very firmly on my head. Swami said, leave it." Baba removed his hand. Baba continued to stare at Swami. Swami smiled. I was looking at them. It seemed like they were having some conflict. In my pain also, I was seeing everything. Baba was standing and Swami was sitting on his sofa. I was wondering what the outcome was going to be. I was waiting to see what result I was going to get. I was wondering what they were thinking and why they were not doing something. Swami said, "Come here, my child." I dragged myself towards his sofa. The pain was so much that I thought it will be better if I just go now. Swami looked at me. I lowered my eyes, trying to hide my pain and feelings from him. Swami said, "You are suffering, my child." Just then, I don't know why the thought came to me, "Oh, Swami knows," and I felt relieved. Oh, how softly, how lovingly he placed his hand on my head. I felt the sensation of energy in my body. Slowly from my feet upwards, everything became almost normal. I relaxed a bit, smiled at Swami and said, "Thank you, Swami. Only 2 more days, Swami." Again and again, I lifted 2 fingers and said 2 days. Swami said, "Yes, you will do it. You will do it, my child." I looked at Baba and I saw him happy for the first time during this tapa. Swami gave me vibhuti and then picked up his glass to give me water. He said, "Now stand up. Go back." I walked back normally and sat down. Swami looked at Baba and said, "Chale, Baba? Should we leave, Baba?" They walked out together. It was so beautiful. It was the 18th of July. I got up in the morning feeling normal. In the afternoon, I went out with Viji for some work. He asked me if I was sure that I should go. I told him that I was fine. Before leaving, I drank a lot of water. We finished our work and came back in an hour or so. As soon as we reached home, I felt very nauseous and threw up a lot of water. All my pain started again. The numbness began from my legs and went up in my arms. Viji asked me if he should call Rajiv. I said yes. Just as he said that, Nivedita rang the bell. I was not able to stand. I was throwing up water and just collapsed on the bed. A few minutes later, Karan also came. They were vigorously rubbing my hands and feet and pressing my head. I could hear loud chanting of Om Namo Narayanaya. I felt that I was repeatedly losing consciousness. In a few minutes, Rajiv and you also came. I remember asking to be taken to the mandir. I don't know how, but somehow the pain in my legs seemed to have some connection with my heart. It would start from my legs and go up to my heart and I would choke. That was the moment when I thought that I might not survive. Everyone was rubbing my hands and feet. Every few minutes, I would lift my finger and whisper, "One day." I was getting a very severe headache. I asked Rajiv to tie a cloth around my head very tightly. I wanted to keep hitting my head. I thought I was losing my mind. I felt that I wanted to throw up. I rushed to the basin in the balcony. I was retching but could not throw up. I told everyone to leave me alone, but they just stood at the balcony door waiting to help me. I was banging my head against the wall. The pain was blinding. I ran back to the mandir and collapsed on the floor. I did not know what to do. You all kept giving me vibhuti in water and rubbing it on my legs. Everyone was praying for me. I could hear the loud prayers and chanting. There was so much intensity in the prayers. It was because of everyone's prayers that I recovered. Slowly, I became more and more aware. Soon, I was better and felt that I would be able to complete my tapa. Nivedita and Karan stayed till the evening. Nivedita helped me freshen up. I will never forget how concerned Karan was and what good care they took of me. After some time, Niharika and Shivam also left. They tried their best to make me laugh and forget, about what had happened. Miki called. She had come to know that I was not well. I spoke to her nicely and convinced her that I was fine. I told everyone to go home as I was feeling perfectly fine. I was happy to see everyone smile when they saw me looking fresh. Anu said, while Ma was in pain, I quietly went out of the mandir and called Lata. I asked her to call the devotees who had been regularly praying for Ma and asked them to do recitation of the mantra Om Namo Narayanaya. The mandir had been decorated for Guru Purnima and it was looking very beautiful. That night I went in early as I was afraid that the pain might begin. I was in excruciating pain all night. I don't think that I was even in my senses. I only remember crying miserably waiting for darshan. In the morning when I opened my eyes, I was lying on my mattress. I faintly recall that Narayana Bhagwan had blessed me with darshan. His divine blessings, Saligram, Shivalingam, Tulsi Mala, Rudraksh and silver coins were laid out beautifully on the mat. It was Guru Purnima, the 19th of July, the final day of my tapa. Devotees who had come from out of town came to the mandir in the morning for darshan. Rajan, Gurshin and Ragini came in the afternoon. I chatted with them for long. I was very touched by their love and concern. Bhajans were held in the evening and everyone received the Guru Purnima blessings. After bhajans, you all went home for some work. Rajan, Gurshin and Niharika stayed back. After everyone had eaten dinner, I went to the mandir. The pain started. Unimaginable, unbearable, miserable pain. Pain like I had never felt before. I heard uncle say something to Niharika. I was careful not to make a sound, so I was not running desperately in the mandir as I often did. I was crawling in agony. I stopped myself from crying out aloud. I did not know that you were all sitting outside in the dining room. Standing on one leg, I prayed to Swami, Swami, don't give me more pain, please. I am not able to bear it. Please let me complete it. And one thing I'm asking of you, Swami, this last day let me live. If you want, take me tomorrow. But tonight, let me live. Somehow. I cannot say in words what that last pain was. I can never forget it. I think if anyone had that kind of pain, they would commit suicide. When you have too much pain, if you cry out loud, you feel better. But I was holding it in. Very slowly, I crawled to the door to open the latch. I thought, if something happens to me, how will they come in? As I reached for the latch, I fell down. I thought, let it be. I crawled back. It took me 5 minutes to reach my mattress. Oh, again that terrible pain hit me, even worse than before. I felt that I was going to go. Suddenly, the mandir lit up. A beautiful, brilliant, divine light. I looked up. The gods were coming in through the balcony door. They walked into the mandir, one by one, and stood close to my mattress. I was lying down, suppressing my pain. I looked at them. I saw that they were crying. Baba, Swami, Narayana Bhagwan, Ma Lakshmi, Bhagwan Shiva, Ma Parvati. They were all crying. I tried to get up, but I could not. I was looking at them helplessly and then at everything that I had laid out so carefully. For this moment, the thali for Pada Seva, the tray of rose petals, the garland to offer to Bhagwan, but I was unable to get up. Narayana Bhagwan was standing in the center. My eyes were closing again and again. I would force them open and they would begin to close again. Narayana Bhagwan said, Devi, keep lying down. I was unable to speak, but pointed weakly to the garland, the thali for Pada Seva and the rose petals. I was trying to say that I wanted to offer the garland to Bhagwan. There was a heap of rose petals on the thali. I had thought that I would spread them on the floor for the gods to walk on when they came to give darshan. Narayana Bhagwan said to Ma Lakshmi, "Pick up the thali." My eyes were closing again and again. The gods picked up the rose petals in their hands. Bhagwan said, "You have unbearable pain?" I said, "No, not at all, but I am not able to get up." Bhagwan said, "Keep lying down. You are a Devi. You have defeated us." Narayana Bhagwan smiled with so much love. He showered the rose petals on me. Swami, Baba, Ma Lakshmi, Bhagwan Shiva and Ma Parvati all began to shower rose petals on me. Tears were flowing down my cheeks. I could only cry, nothing else. I am so lucky, I thought. The gods are showering flowers on me. Then I saw something very strange behind the gods. A magnificent light, very bright. It was quite big and not like anything that I had ever seen before. Narayana Bhagwan said, "Devi, you have completed your tapa. You are truly great." Bhagwan said to Ma Lakshmi, "Hold her hand and help her get up." Ma Lakshmi took my hands and helped me to get up. I said, "I am not able to get up." Ma Lakshmi said, "This is the first time you are saying that. Even in pain, you always say that you're fine and I will get up." I said, "I am not able to get up at all." Softly, I said to Narayana Bhagwan, "Bhagwan, I want to offer the garland to you." He said, "All right, get up." Mahalakshmi said, "Sit up." I sat up. Narayana Bhagwan picked up the garland and said, "Now stand up." I was surprised that I could stand up. I folded my hands and said, "Bhagwan, please let me offer this garland to you. Today, my tapa is complete." Bhagwan said, "All right." Then with so much care, so lovingly, he made me wear the garland. I stood before him with my hands folded, tears flowing down my face. I had kept it for him, and he was making me wear it? The gods placed their hands on my head and blessed me. "You are blessed. No one has ever done a tapa like this, and no one will ever be able to do it. The great sages and hermits who are still doing tapa in the mountains have not been able to get darshan. And look what you have done. With a smile, you have won us over with your love." The gods blessed me again. Then they left together. Miraculously, I had no pain in my body. After the gods left, Swami stayed back. My beloved Ma said, "My child, today have khichdi." Someone had told me that I should break my fast with fruit juice. I asked, "Swami, should I have liquid first?" He said, "You can have anything, but matha?" I said, "Okay, Swami." I took permission and touched the divine lotus feet of my beautiful divine mother. Swami left. It was 5 minutes past midnight. I heard some sound from the dining room. I saw that honey was flowing from Swami's picture. I realized that my tapa was over. It was complete. I closed my eyes and thanked Swami. I felt like running out and shouting, "My tapa is complete! My tapa is complete!" I stepped out of the mandir. I cannot express what I was feeling. I was wearing the garland that Narayana Bhagwan had made me wear. I saw that all of you were sitting outside. Everyone looked at me for a second, then saw my smile and knew that my tapa was over. Niharika was sitting right outside the door. She hugged me. After hardly 3 seconds, I just collapsed in her arms. Everyone rushed to hold me and took me to my mattress in the mandir. I think I must have fainted for 15 to 20 seconds. When I opened my eyes, I hugged and blessed everyone. I could never have imagined this moment. I felt that everyone was happier and more excited than even I was. We all sat down on my mattress. It was covered with rose petals. Nivedita had made halwa for me. You had made matha. I took a sip and looked up. Everyone had tears in their eyes. I asked for more salt. Oh, salt, salt. I could not stop my tears. I kept adding more and more salt. Slowly, I put a little halwa in my mouth. I had forgotten the feeling. You were all staring at me, watching me eat. I was so touched by the love I saw in the eyes of my loved ones. Tears and smiles mingled in deep gratitude to our beloved Lord, our most loving and compassionate Divine Mother. On the 24th of July, when Swami came to give darshan for the first time after the completion of the tapa, he said, "You have completed your tapa and your wish has been granted." I felt like I had got my marks, my final result. I felt so satisfied that with His grace I had done it. That was the fruit of the tapa. And then His divine grace, how He showers His divine grace. The gift of His divine love and the supreme grace of being able to see that love in His divine eyes. To be able to make Him happy and lose yourself in His divine smile. To be able to rest your eyes at His divine lotus feet and wash His most auspicious lotus feet with tears of gratitude. No words can express the bliss of those divine moments. That is my reward, and it means everything to me. God is one, but in His beautiful forms and in different ways, He showered His blessings on me. When Bhagavan calls me Devi, I feel so fortunate. It is not as though I am thinking that I am a Devi. When it was over and I sat down to recollect what happened, then I remember that He had called me Devi, a normal person like me. To receive this grace, we should sacrifice. Sacrifice can be in any way, not only by giving up food. You can sacrifice for others in many ways. This is very important. Swami told me that this would not be possible for me to do, but I was determined. It was only out of love, only for love. Love is our strength. We have to awaken love within us so that we can sacrifice, not only for one person but for everyone. That is the way to win God. After a few weeks, when Swami had come to give darshan, I thought that I should ask him if I had forgotten to tell you something. I asked, "Swami, have I forgotten something?" Swami reminded me, "Do you remember when you had darshan of Narayana Bhagwan on his Sheshashaya? Do you remember his divine form? If he had given you darshan of his Virat Rupa, you would not have been able to stand it." I said, "Swami, I don't remember. I was sitting at his lotus feet." Very lovingly, Swami reminded me about the darshan of Narayana Bhagwan on the Sheshashaya. Swami told me that Narayana Bhagwan had given me darshan on the Sheshashaya in my mandir. The Shaya was swaying gently on the vast waters. Bhagwan was reclining on his Shaya and he was smiling beautifully. Swami told me that as always I was lost in his smile. I was looking at Sheshanaga again and again and watching the hoods move back and forth. When I looked at Bhagwan's face the second time, something had changed. He looked very different. He was not smiling now. His face seemed stern to me, a bit angry. It seemed to me as though he was going to do something, as though something was about to happen. I felt very afraid. Swami said that I glanced at Sheshanaga again and then at Bhagwan's face. I got alarmed and shut my eyes in fear. Swami said that when I shut my eyes, everything changed. He said that Narayana Bhagwan was about to show me his Virat Rupa, but could not because I shut my eyes in fear. When I opened them again, Bhagwan was smiling in his usual pleasing way. He blew his sacred conch and then he blessed me. When Swami reminded me, I remembered the darshan, but he did not tell me when, during this tapa, I had this darshan. I too did not remember. Anu asked, Ma, where were you when you had this darshan? Ma replied, I remember that I was before Narayana Bhagwan. I was just standing in one place. He did not take me anywhere. I had darshan in my mandir, but it was like Narayana Bhagwan's abode in Vaikuntha. He showed me everything here only. During this darshan, I was not feeling any pain. I was watching every movement of Bhagwan very carefully. I was watching everything and I was completely still. On the 20th of January 2017, when Swami came to give darshan, he showed me scenes from the entire Tapa of 153 days on his palm. That day, Swami showed me what had happened after I had shut my eyes in fear, as Narayana Bhagwan was about to give me darshan of his Virat Rupa. I saw that Narayana Bhagwan was sitting on the Sheshashaya in his usual relaxed manner, and he was smiling. He raised his hand a little, put the conch to his mouth with his left hand, and blew it. He blew the conch so loudly that it must have been echoing in the whole universe. The sound of the conch was so wonderful and pleasing. Bhagwan raised his right hand and blessed me. As I was looking at the scene on Swami's palm, I remembered everything. I recalled what had happened after this. I could not take my eyes away from the hoods of Sheshanaga behind Narayana Bhagwan. It seemed that the serpent had about 7 or 8 hoods. Alive and moving, Bhagwan was reclining on Sheshanaga and his head was resting on his hand. The hoods of Sheshanaga were about 1 foot over Bhagwan's head. I was struck with wonder and awe. I was thinking, he is relaxing. His smile is so enchanting. How Bhagwan is lying down on his fearsome serpent. He is truly supreme. And the Supreme Lord has come for me? That day, I realized fully that he is supreme. I was having his darshan in his full glory. Narayana Bhagwan raised his right hand, and I saw that Tulsi Mala, Spatika Mala, Rudraksh Mala, Saligram, Shivalingam, shells and Rudraksh began to drop from his hand. But I could not see where they were falling. Bhagwan stood up on the Sheshashaya. As soon as Bhagwan got up, the serpent rose from the middle. It seemed to me as though there were hundreds of serpents. They seemed joined to each other. I was staring at this fearsome sight. There were hundreds of snakes and they were real and alive. When Bhagwan was sitting on the serpent, I was not feeling that afraid. But when he stood up, the serpent moved in such a frightening manner that I felt terrified. Anu asked, Ma, where did Bhagwan go after getting up from the Shaya? He came down here in the mandir. The Shaya was on the water. I was not seeing any water in the mandir. But the Shaya was moving as though it was floating on water and sometimes swaying with the waves. This was the feeling that I was getting. Do you know how many hoods there were? Must be hundreds. Bhagwan came down and he said, You know, Devi, the serpent is there. Don't look there. You cannot go there, Devi. If you had come there to touch the lotus feet, you would not have been able to touch them. Don't be afraid, Devi. For you, I have come here. I folded my hands and looked at him with deep reverence and awe. Gratefully, I bent to touch his divine lotus feet. As soon as I touched his feet, he disappeared. Everything disappeared. The mandir was looking like it always does. The Guru Purnima blessings were lying neatly on the mat in the center of the room. Now I understood that I had this darshan on Guru Purnima. Earlier, you had asked me many times to tell you more about Guru Purnima darshan, but I was not able to remember. I must have been very dazed. I never knew that something like this could ever happen, that it was even possible. I don't know, maybe the sages and hermits have darshan like this. I don't know. I had forgotten half the things. Then, when he showed me everything on his palm, I looked very carefully and I remembered. Anu said, I kept wondering about the strange light that Ma had seen in her mandir on the 108th day when the gods had come to give her darshan. I asked her a few times. She told me that because she had never seen anything like this before, she did not have the words to describe it. I requested Ma to pray to Swami to clear our doubts. A few weeks after the Tapa was over, when Swami came to give darshan, I said, Swami, I am not able to understand about the light. Swami said, the divine light was Brahma, Vishnu, Maheshwara, come to give darshan to you. The light gave darshan 3 times during the Tapa. Swami told me that during Navratra I had darshan of the light for the first time. I remembered that it had flashed past very quickly and I was confused. He reminded me that I had the second darshan on the 108th day of the Tapa. I recalled that on the 108th day when I had darshan of the light, it was in the shape of something that I could not describe, but it was emitting a brilliant white light. Swami told me that Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesha had come on both the occasions to grant me protection. He said that when the divine light gave darshan, it was an indication that all the powers were protecting me and it was certain that I would complete the Tapa. Swami said on the 153rd day, when the gods gave darshan, the divine light that you saw was Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesha doing parikrama, showering the blessings on you. My child, you must have seen the light going around 3 times. I said, no, Swami, I don't know. I just saw a very bright white light moving in the mandir and I thought that it was strange. Swami said, the divine light was Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesha giving you their blessings. If you had seen the divine form, you would not have been able to stand it. Swami said, the God is one, you have had darshan of all his divine forms. This is also very difficult, when you have darshan of the gods. Recently, I have had darshan frequently, so I am able to take it now. You wanted to know more about the divine light as you were writing and said that you were not able to explain what the light looked like. I was not able to explain to you very clearly as I was in a daze during darshan and also because I had never seen anything like this before. On the 20th of January, when he was showing me my darshan of the last day of the Tapa on his palm, I looked very closely. It was the last day of the 153-day Tapa. A few minutes before midnight on the 19th of July, the gods had come to give darshan. When the gods were showering rose petals on me, I had seen this unimaginably bright light moving behind them. At that time, I had not understood what it was. Now, as I looked very closely on Swami's palm, I saw that the divine light was an extremely bright, pure white light, about 6 feet in height and in the unusual shape of a conch. The light did parikrama of the mandir 3 times. I could see it go up and down in a wavy movement as it went around the mandir. The light was so radiant that even though I wanted to, I was not able to keep my eyes open for long. After completing the parikrama, the light came and stopped in the center of the mandir where Bhagavan was standing. Then the divine light went behind Narayana Bhagavan and became his incomparably glorious divine aura. The aura was so bright that I was not able to see anything in the mandir. The divine forms of the gods became hazy in the brilliance of the divine light. Everything merged in him and his glory. It was unimaginably pure and sacred. I felt blessed, truly blessed. May Bhagavan fulfill all the wishes of those who read this book. May this Mahatapa transform their pain and suffering to happiness. May all be happy. I would like to say in the end that if you have faith, you can do anything. You can accept any kind of suffering. Keep your faith. God will take care. He can do it and He will do it. He is with us, with all of us. Win God with love. Om Sai Ram. Om Shri Sai Ram. Epilogue. Ma said, it was about 3:30 a.m. on the 20th of January 2017 and I was doing Namasmaranam. Though Swami had not given darshan for a few days, I was not expecting him to come that morning, but I come to know when he comes to the mandir. I opened my eyes. Swami was sitting on his sofa. I went to him and sat down at his lotus feet. My hands folded, he asked, "My child, how are you?" I said, "Swami, I'm fine." He said, "You have done it, my child. No one can do it." I said, "Swami, only because of you I was able to complete the tapa." Swami said, "You want to see?" I said, "What, Swami?" Swami said, "Come here." I usually sit at a little distance from him, just a little, so that I can have his darshan properly. Otherwise, I have to look up to have darshan of his face. I moved forward. Swami opened his right hand. His palm, which is small, about 3 inches, became about 6 inches wide. On his palm, he began to show me a film. I saw my entire tapa on his palm. He showed me glimpses of each of the 153 days starting from day 1. Sometimes it would go fast, and some places it would slow down. I was not very surprised because Swami has shown me some other incidents on his palm earlier. I calculated the time later. The entire film must have taken about 45 minutes. As I saw each and every pain, each and every problem of mine and how I suffered, I became like a statue. I could not move. I began to cry and lowered my head a little. The moment I took my eyes off his palm to wipe my tears, he would say, "Look, my child." Then I would look again. He was also looking at his palm very intently. If there was something I could not make out or understand, he would pause to explain patiently. A few times when I did not recall a particular incident that Swami was showing me, he moved his hand in the air and looked surprised that I had forgotten something. What Leela of Bhagavan! He only makes us remember and he only makes us forget. Many times he pointed at the images on his palm and said, "Look here, see this." He pointed at the scene where I was driving to work and my legs had gone numb. I was not able to press the accelerator. How I had called him, "Where are you, Swami?" Then he pointed to a scene where I was choking because of intense pain in my heart and my arms. I was crying and hitting my arm with my fists. That day, Swami and Baba had not come to give darshan. He showed me another scene in which Swami and Shirdi Baba had come to give darshan. Swami was sitting on his sofa and Baba was sitting on the floor. I was also sitting on the floor, holding my stomach tight, trying to suppress the pain and hide it from them. Swami got up to leave. Baba also stood up. They left the mandir. I began crying and rolling on the ground in terrible pain. After a minute or so, when I turned around, I saw Swami and Baba. They were hiding behind the curtain and craning their necks to see me. I saw only their heads peeping from behind the door. The moment I saw that they were still there, I straightened up again. Swami and Baba smiled and left. I also saw the darshan of Narayana Bhagwan on his Sheshashaya. Earlier, Swami had told me only about one part of the darshan. I did not know what happened after I had closed my eyes and when the darshan had happened. Now I remembered the complete darshan of Narayana Bhagwan on his Sheshashaya on the morning of Guru Purnima. When Swami showed me the last day of the tapa, when the gods and the divine light gave darshan, I looked very carefully. I had been trying to explain to you and you had been struggling to understand what the divine light looked like. The light was in the shape of a conch. It was about 6 feet in height and its effulgence, purity, beauty, divinity and the very presence cannot be described. Anu asked, "Ma, how did he show you everything on his palm?" Ma replied, His palm became, I would say, about twice its size. It was in the shape of a palm, not like a screen, but I could see the film clearly. At one time, one scene from a particular date played like a video. Then that scene would roll out, and the scene from the next day would start. And it kept moving, I should say rolling, from the left to the right, like a reel, from one end of the wrist to the tips of the fingers. Like this, one day at a time, he showed me all 153 days. I kept watching how the days were going by, one at a time. Everything that I have told you, everything that is being written in the book, Swami was showing me on his palm. After it was over, he said, "Look how you suffered with a smiling face. Look how you're getting ready. Look how you're smiling." Suddenly, Swami got up from his sofa. He looked down and bowing his head, he said, "I bow my head before you, my child." I started crying. I felt that I had got everything. If God is happy with you, what else can a devotee want? But to make him happy, we have to walk on the path that he has shown us. The journey towards him is difficult, but if we follow that path, he takes care. Om Sai Ram.